better for double 16. Oh, it's remarkable.
He's one of them coming.
Game's on the first leg.
This is for another break of throw.
Game's on the third leg.
The break of throw
It's on the
right
second leg.
in the middle.
He'll be down to Darren Johnson in the next match.
Only need the one at double 16. He only needs the one at double 16.
Game's on the first
Finds
leg.
double 13. Good afternoon and welcome along to Portsmouth on the day where the second golf major of 2024 gets underway. We're heading towards the final frontier to see who our second major winner at the Super Series is going to be in 2024. This place could well be a Valhalla for somebody over the next few days. We're going to find out who that final victor is going to be, and we're going to do it in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson. This week has made some severe progress now into the second half of it. Group C and Group B getting underway. Is it fair to say that the players that dropped out of Group A are going to have to raise their levels in the second portion of the week?
I think that's in bold and in capital letters. I think looking at the overall numbers for the week, some people have really got to step up now. The second chance is now, and if they don't step up, they are going to be cast aside very quickly by some very experienced campaigners.
We're going to see 11 players in action over the course of the next 12 hours or so. The one man we're not going to see is Ron Moolenkamp because he won Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. He admitted he wasn't at his best, particularly on Tuesday and Wednesday, but he did enough to stick in and get the job done.
He played all of his best darts on Monday. He got himself a 4-point cushion, and after that, he never relinquished it. In fact, by the end of it, he doubled it, and he didn't even need his B or C game to do it. I think one of the things that Ron will be disappointed about is that he started Wednesday so poorly, and his opportunity of getting 30 points for the first time in a Group A situation was squashed very quickly. But he's done enough. He can have a couple of days off, he can work on his game and his mentality, and come back for Saturday night and hopefully peak at the right time.
Johan Brouwer and Joe Mernon qualified for Group B from Group A. We'll see them later on tonight at 10 p.m. 3 other players dropped out of Group A into Group C. Perhaps the most surprising player of which, Rusty Jake Rodriguez, the Austrian, came in as a late replacement for Boris Koltsov. Got off to a slow start on Monday, but actually if you look at his numbers throughout the course of the 3 days, they've been very solid around that 81 mark.
Yeah, he's been the most solid of the Group A graduates into Group C, but I think his bottom level is like nothing I've seen from him in the last 6 or 7 years. He has this tendency in this format, from what we've seen this week, to tail off and have one dreadful game a day. Now, I estimate he can have one dreadful game per day as long as the other stuff is really, really good. So his consistency's got to be better in this group.
In terms of the ADC qualifiers, Josh Carter and Dennis van der Ende, what will be your perspectives on their week so far?
I don't think they've got anything to lose coming into Group C, quite frankly. I think their levels are around that mid-70s, and that's been quite positive because a lot of their stuff has been between 70 and 75. There have been some bright sparks. They have improved day on day, albeit we've only seen them for 3 days, but we've seen more 180s from them in the final stages of Group A, so they're starting to get the key ingredients right. It's just a question of whether they can do them more often.
Well, we're going to see them in action in Group C. This is how the tournament bracket breaks down. This is the first time you've seen us this week. As we confirmed, Ron Moolenkamp in Group A. We'll talk a little bit more about Group C in a second, but I want to cast your eye on Group B because it's littered with heavyweight names. Andy Bolton's already lost a fire in this series. Cam Crabtree qualified for the last Champions Week. And Keenan Kay is a player that could severely go under the radar.
He could. I'm not really sure where Keelan's game is at the minute, so a great way to find out is to give him 8 games over the next couple of nights, and we will find out where his game is at. But I've been very adamant in my assessment of Group B before it even starts. Andy Bolton will get through, Cam Crabtree will qualify. It's just a question of who else will do it.
Well, that's going to be the action we're going to see at 10 o'clock this evening. But this afternoon, it's all about Group C. This is what the bookies think about proceedings this afternoon. Scott Baker goes off the 6-4 favourite from Ryan Finess. The 2 players coming into the group are the 2 favourites. And Scott Baker's the type of player we've seen both here and at the Lakeside and other BDO competitions in the past and in the PDC Tourcast system. He's got gears and he's got levels.
Yes, he has. He's got a huge ceiling that we've seen from some of the stuff he's done in PDC darts. But over the last few years, have we seen that to the same degree? Probably not. But his B game is still way more threatening than some of the other players coming into this group today. That's why he's gone off as favourite. I personally have Ryan Finess as favourite because I just see him as a little bit more likely at this point in time. However, I do expect at this early stage, without seeing a dart thrown in anger, I think Finess and Baker should be the favourites. And I think it's Rusty Jake who's got to do the chasing.
It's 18 plus, speedgambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, into our first game of the session. And it sees Ryan Finess in action, the Salisbury man, hoping to make it through to a finals night for his 6th time here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. His first assignment is Josh Carter, and his opening assignment of the day for Ryan Finess was to have a chat with me earlier on this morning. Ryan, back here at the Modus Super Series. Another couple of days for yourself. Looking forward to it?
I'm looking forward to it, Henry. I always do when I come here. But, let's see what the next few days holds and then hopefully try and get there for Saturday night.
Saturday night, a place you know all too well. Got a good record of qualifying through to Saturdays. What's it about this builder that just switches you on?
That is the thing, outside of this building, I sort of just plod along at a decent pace. But there's something about walking through those 2 front doors that it inspires me to want to throw some good darts and play well. So, I just enjoy being here and, always grateful for the opportunity to play. And then when I play, I want to be good.
How do you fancy your chances this week?
Quietly confident, I'd say, is the approach I'm going to take this week. But, if I play my game, as always, I always feel like regardless of who I'm with, I'm going to get there and be through. But, it's down to myself. If I play well, I'll be through. If it's my fault and I don't play well, then so be it.
When you look at that practice, Scott Baker, a player who's done a lot in his career, Russell J. Rodriguez, a very promising young talent, as well as some other tough players in there. This is a really tough group, isn't it?
Yeah, there's definitely some awkward matchups in there. So, you've just got to keep your head, screwed on and try and play some good stuff. And when your game drops a little bit, just make sure it's not too much. So you can still hang on in there and try and nick a couple points.
And of course, one thing we know about you is when you do get through to a finals night, it gets rammed in here. Does that give you extra motivation, or does that add an extra little bit of pressure?
Mixture of the both. So obviously, when I get there, I love having the support, and especially with what's going on privately behind closed doors. It's gonna. If I do make it, it's gonna be a real busy building on Saturday night, and I promise that. So fingers crossed, I'll make it. So yeah, definitely, Henry will be good.
We look forward to watch you play, Ryan. All the very best. Good luck.
Thank you.
And we are going to see Finess here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The man from Wiltshire, from Salisbury, round about an hour up the road from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, takes on the man from Stoke-on-Trent, Josh Carter, on debut here in this competition. ADC qualified through the Vault Series at the end of Series 5 of those particular rounds of events. But this is a man who's been here right from the very start of this project, back when this was a live league competition in Southampton, age 30 now, a former Challenge Tour semi-finalist. Up against Carter, 32 years of age, on the other side of the experience scale when it comes to this competition. It's his debut here in Portsmouth this week, and he's hoping that Group C is a better complexion for him than what happened in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Finess goes off the heavy favourite to win this particular encounter, but we did see yesterday Josh get out the traps well. He got the better of the soon-to-be league winner Ron Meulenkamp by 4 legs to 2. That's your referee for the action, the legendary official Paul Hinks. 4 World Championship finals to his name. My Finess is hoping that he has 6 finals nights to his name come the end of the week.
It's getting to the stage now, Henry, where Ryan turns up. He expects to get to Saturday night. He comes here, he plays decently, if not well.
60.
And then we will see him and his posse come Saturday night. This place could well be rammed.
81.
He will be a favourite for this game because of the levels that we know about. Josh has played some decent darts at times, but he's had some
95.
sketchy stuff as well. He's averaging just under 74 for the week. And the thing that has cost the 3 players who have come into this group from
30.
Group A the most, it's been the doubling. None of them are over 30% for the week. That just isn't going to do it.
95.
Right, if you're going to base the 3 players on statistics and in terms of best chance of making it through, Rusty Jake Rodriguez by far and by way holds the
58.
aces in that particular department. In fact, compared to the next best player who qualified out of Group A to this group, Dennis van der Ende, there's a 6-point swing in the averages.
42.
It's everything. It's overall average. It's doubles percentage. It's amount of 180s. its best performance and its best finish as
85.
well. Rusty is ahead of Josh and Dennis by some distance. And when you start throwing players like Ryan Finess and Scott
39.
Baker in the mix, they could be in for a long couple of days if they don't buck up their ideas.
I feel like Ryan's best suit is his solidity.
140.
He has got that big game in the
Joshua
locker.
Carr,
But you don't
170.
tend to see a real off performance for him. If he doesn't make it through, it's usually because key timings at points have gone against him as
68.
opposed to
Ryan
his level of play
47.
being below par.
I'll go early here and I'll say that Ryan's bad game in this group is something around 80.
Game shot on the first leg. Ryan Finess.
21 dart leg is good enough to hold in leg 1
Second
A
leg
decent
Josh to
start.
third first. Game on.
for Ryan from the beautiful town of Salisbury. I've never been there. I've
59.
driven through it a few times. It looks really, really nice.
So you've never been up its 12,000-foot famous spire that the Russians like so much?
57.
You want to be careful what you say, Henry. I want to be careful which doorknobs you're opening.
99.
Yeah, I've driven through Salisbury on the way to Minehead from Portsmouth in the past, but I've never stopped. I think I might change that over the course of the summer.
134.
Salisbury would celebrate if Ryan is the last name into the hat for Champions Week. But then again,
22.
I'm sure Staffordshire would celebrate if Josh was to get himself off the canvas and do something that, quite frankly, we don't expect him to do over the next couple of days.
100.
Well, he's got that air of free roll, hasn't he, Josh? But going back to Salisbury, you must do it. It's a really, really nice city. I think it'd be the part of the world you'd really enjoy.
26.
Also had a very good season. Their football team have won promotion to the National League South. They won the Southern League Premier Playoff Final, beat AFC Totton of Southampton on penalties. So they'll be
60.
playing in the 6th tier of English football next season, alongside the likes of Torquay United and Oxford City and Dorking Wanderers.
45.
Yeah,
Ryan
Torquay have
Carr,
got some famous
150.
supporters. Jim Proudfoot, Helen Chamberlain. He's already flexing his muscle.
98.
Is the big lad from Salisbury. He could well be 2-0 up in no time at all.
100.
That's better
Ryan
from
Carr,
Josh.
52.
Gets himself to a finish, but he might not get a look at it.
It's Tots of Finesse. And that
Game shot on the second
is
leg.
his level. I'll
Ryan
tell you what,
Finess.
that was a conspicuous dart at Tots, particularly looked at it from that angle. We just had to have a
Third
double
leg
check
reverse.
ourselves. But that is such a routine Ryan Finesse
Game
leg. Getting it done in 6 visits without a minimum of fuss.
And improving as the game goes on. Warming up at a very sustainable rate. See, this is why we've got humans
59.
on the stage. The last thing we want to do is have a bucket load of technology. I know that the stage is a
96.
perfect size for this, but having a referee and an electronic scoreboard to the left, it's the perfect amount of dance partners you need up there.
100.
And as long as I'm on this planet, I want darts referees to be human, not AI. Because shots like that tops from
41.
Ryan, you want to have a human saying, that's in. Isn't it great having a dartboard that separates the in from the out?
140.
And we don't need anything like VAR.
Paul Nicholson, who has definitely not got over Anthony Gordon's alleged penalty attempt last night.
100.
Alleged. Moving swiftly on. And that is exactly what Ryan is looking to do.
140.
As he heats things up, he is definitely getting better as each leg is played.
Well, you just got the sense that for Ryan it was a case of building
66.
things up this
Ryan
week.
Carr,
Hasn't played
62.
much recently. Gonna have a dart in his hand. Well, he should have had a dart in his hand. He's not going to, but he is going to get
30.
away with it because Carter's nowhere near the finishing zone.
$140. Ryan Carr, 32.
That's a better visit. That's his first 140 of the game. But he could be 3-0 down.
Game shot on the third
And that's
leg.
exactly
Ryan
what he
Finess.
is.
Just going about his business
Fourth leg, Josh.
Real
the third first.
leisure at
Game
the
on.
moment is Ryan Finess. Hasn't had to do anything spectacular. It's just been steady to this point.
137.
I consider myself a little bit shocked that Ryan is not wearing some sort of crazy golf top. It is
100.
just all black today. Maybe he's saving his best for Saturday.
Well, that was the first thing I asked Ryan before we went live with the interview. And
100.
for him, as much as he likes the golf shirts, this is business. And he wants to take this experience as
134.
seriously as he possibly can. However, I think if we get through to Saturday, we might see something a little bit goofy.
Or a bit like your
97.
shirt. Looks like a magic eye picture. I'm still trying to figure out what it is.
Polka dot deacon.
83.
Oh,
Josh
that's a
Carl
slip
Wooden,
from Ryan,
67.
and he gives Josh a chance. It's not just a 3-dot chance, it's a 6-dot chance.
23.
And he has not taken full advantage of it.
All I am going to warn you in terms of the wardrobe department is I went and bought some of my summer clothing the other day, and there's some garish garb
36.
in there.
Joshua Carl 144.
Oh, well, everybody, if you want to see some wardrobe stints like you saw in Weekend at Bernie's in the 1980s, then stay tuned for Henry Deacon over the summer.
29. Ryan your car 148.
Well, this is to seal the match in such a style. It's not going to go, but Finess has always seemingly been a visit in front in legs in this particular
40.
contest, but that
Joshua
bounce out
Carl
could prove costly.
115.
And that was off the stem that time. He needs to take a look at that stem to make sure it's not ruined. It doesn't get a shot at double 18. Needed the treble 20.
41.
And if Ryan gets a big treble, he should get a dart for the match.
Should and will at tops. To win it in
Big shot
style,
in the
to
match
win it
by
with a ton topper. And that really was an efficient performance of Ryan Finess out of the gate. As professional can be for the man from Salisbury. He gets the better of Josh Carter by 4 legs to 0. Finishing off with that 108 checkout, 4 from 7 on the doubles. He'll be settled enough with that first performance of Ryan Finess. Coming up after the break, Scott Baker takes on Dennis van der Ende. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Ryan Finess got the better of Josh Carter by 4 legs nil, average just over the 81 mark, 4 from 7 on the doubles, and finishing off with a 108 checkout. Next up then for us, it's the favourite to go on and win this group, Scott Baker, in action up against Dennis van der Ende. In terms of the bookmakers' scales, these two are at either enders of that particular chart. Dennis, the outsider to win the group. Scott Baker is the odds-on favourite to win the group. 38 years of age, from Tipton in the Midlands. The mod who made it through to the last 16 of the BDO World Championships. And cover your ears, Glenn Durrant. Probably should have made it through to the quarterfinals of that particular tournament. Up against the 32-year-old Dennis van der Ende from Nieuw-Brenen in the Netherlands. It's his debut week here at the Super Series after winning his way through the ADC's European qualifying tour at the end of 2023. But one thing that we come to expect and we know is going to happen when it comes to Scott Baker is it's going to be fast, it's going to be furious, and it's probably going to be good.
Game on.
And what he's hoping for is a smile after every game. Because he has got a lovely smile. One of the
100.
most gentle and nicest guys on the darts circuit. And one of the coolest. But don't
60.
let the shirt and the hair and the image and the friendliness fool you. This guy can play.
60.
Very light darts, long stem. But over the course of time, in the last 5 or 6 seasons, those flights have
140.
gradually got bigger. He's gone from a teardrop flight to a small standard, and
44.
now he's on the big standard flight. The one thing that has stayed the same is how the darts hit the board, accurately and upright.
60.
Is Scott the type of player that we know the vast amount of talent that he has, but possibly
60.
hasn't quite won the titles? He's got the trophies in the bag that maybe his talent perhaps kind of maybe deserved.
41.
I think there are people out there who think he could have done more, but I think it's a question of how you prioritise the
100.
sport. Some people wake up in the morning and they think, this is everything to me. Look at someone like
60.
Luke Humphreys,
Scott
like
O'Connor,
Rob Cross.
137.
They wake up that way thinking, I want everything. I want the lot. Michael Van Gerwen has been that way
93.
most of his adult life.
Dennis Car 140.
I'm not sure Scott is like that. I think he looks at it slightly differently. I don't think he puts the pressure on himself like other elite players possibly
41.
do.
Scott O'Connor 44.
Double 16 for his first leg this week.
34.
And he's going to have to dodge an ice
36
cream.
Can Dennis put a flake in it? Tots doesn't go, so Baker's going to return for the double 4 to take out the
79.
opening leg of this
Scott O'Connor,
contest.
Could be a similar start to that of Ryan Finess.
Getting shot on the first leg.
In
Scott
fact, it is
Baker.
very similar. It scoots into visit
Take back
number
Dennis
8.
to first. Game
But
on.
what we saw from Ryan was gradual improvement. It's always nice to get your first leg on the board very quickly. And also your first win. And it took Dennis a
57.
fair few games to get his first win on Monday. In fact, he didn't get that many in Group A. He's got
100.
less games to work with over the next couple of days. It's just 10 games in Group C as opposed to 15 in Group A.
However, do you think yesterday would have given Dennis some encouragement? Picked up a
60.
few victories. Actually won 16 legs on day 3 of his group. He actually won more legs in one day on Wednesday than he did in the previous 2
100.
days combined. He only won 15 on days 1 and 2 put together.
Very well put. Constantly winning legs is how your
100.
confidence will grow. And it was a better day. People did fall backwards into his zone of play, though, around that
78.
75 mark. If that happens again today, he might be there to strike. The only other way he can win matches against this
40.
Group C scenario is if he ups his levels, for me, for about 5 or 6% minimum. But to embellish your point,
137.
he had 46 darts at a double yesterday, hitting those 16. Compare that to day one, where he had 10 legs won. And then you look at Tuesday,
40. Scott Ricard, 86.
where he only won 5.
82 left. And for the bullseye to leave double 16. And that is very much Baker's wheelhouse,
26.
that double towards the southwest side of the board. He's going to leave himself 60 after 5 visits, the par visits. But hasn't really been put under any pressure
60.
by Dennis. And it is the
Scott
Dutchman who
Ricard,
has the darts
60.
in leg 2. And so this, for Baker throw in to put himself in a real comfortable position in this match.
40.
With a
Dennis
couple of
Ricard,
darts at tops comes and
144.
goes.
Two treble 20s needed for a shot at double 12. And that effort is already off.
78.
Yeah, good recovery
Scott
there from
Ricard,
Dennis.
20.
Double 5.
15.
He has now been offered
Dennis
a
Ricard,
chance.
66.
Should get his first dart at a double here today.
His tops.
46.
It goes below,
Scott
but
Ricard,
Baker's
5.
going to have to toy around a little bit here. 2 at double 2 for
Game
2-0
show on the
lead
second
and
leg.
the
Scott
breaker
Baker.
throw, and the Mod is in full control of this contest.
Third leg,
Still
Scott
trying to
serve
warm
first.
things up.
Game on.
It is not a very nice day here in Portsmouth today. This is exactly where you want to be, on the oche, in a temperature-controlled environment,
47.
one of the best places to play you will find. Outside, it's wet and miserable. Stay inside, watch the Modus Super Series, and keep
60.
us company, and we'll keep you company. Isn't that a nice thing to think about?
There's thousands of people who are thinking, is this what we're doing the Thursday
140.
afternoon, listening to us drivel on? But anyway, you can get in touch with us in the chat room on YouTube to send your comments and observations in
57.
on there. Ask any questions that you want. And we are going to continue what we started yesterday. Never quite completed it during play. We're going to do our halfway of the year awards.
140.
Player of the year, performance of the year, shirt of the year. We're going to make up a couple of other categories as well as the day goes along. We'll have a little bit of fun with you. And we also want and we'll do it a little bit more maybe
60.
later on in the show. We want fans player of the year so far.
Oh, this is brilliant from Baker.
134.
Heating up very, very well. Whenever I hear the name Baker, I get hungry. But it's Scott
60. Scott Ricard,
who is
40.
chomping this game up like it's a fresh croissant.
Game shot on the
That's a
third leg,
14
Scott
dart
Baker.
leg. And that'll do wonders for your average.
Well, Baker's making it look like bread
Well,
and
like
butter at this
Dennis'
present
first
moment
game
in
on.
time.
Do you have a favourite bread, Henry?
58.
And don't say white.
Garlic ciabatta.
100.
Well, you're not going to be kissing anybody this weekend with garlic ciabatta. I'll tell you what is the best bread I've ever had. And I'm saying that because of Baker, Scott Baker, of course. Do you know what shocker pan is?
100.
It's a Japanese milk bread that makes the best toast
81.
in the world. And that's not just me saying it. A lot of TikTok chefs and very well-known bakers agree. If you've never made it before,
93.
try making some shocker pan. You will not be disappointed.
Well, we did say we'd keep you company all day. Sound like a segment on this morning.
45.
Even though it's 1:30 local time. However, this afternoon, Scott Baker is looking to be much better
60.
than Dennis van der Ende, and so far so good. He's been trying to keep pace with Ryan Finess this entire
97.
game, but if he loses a leg, he's not going to be top of the table with Ryan after their first match. Still got to see Chris Hurds up against Rusty Jake Rodriguez. That'll be game 3, and that will see the end of round number 1.
82. Dennis Ricard, 132.
Performance where Scott Baker's really building towards the finishing line. Van der Ende has to find this 132, you sense.
It would have been his best finish of the week. He still
52.
harbours
Scott Ricard,
ambitions of
96.
besting his 127 from Monday.
Nearly found of a dart too.
56.
He now
Dennis
hopes
Ricard,
that Van der
80.
Ende scuppers an opportunity at the outer ring.
He's got to get there first. And he has.
40.
But he's
Scott
hit his own
Ricard,
flight on the way
40.
through and can't find the target. And it is that target that Scott has.
Game shot
It's
on
the
the mat,
target
Scott
that Baker takes, and he wins by 4-0 against Dennis Van der Ende. A good start for the Mods. Next up, Herds against Rodriguez.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the Modus Super Series very soon.
Well, that's your Thursday ticketing news here at the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Scott Baker got the better of Dennis Van der Ende by 4-0. 4 out of 12 on the doubles. Baker up and running with perfection. Coming up next, Rusty Jake Rodriguez up against Chris Herds. It's the final game from the first round's worth of fixtures here at the Live Lounge. A third appearance here for Chris Herds, the 35-year-old ADT Welsh champion, up against Rusty Jake Rodriguez, 23 years of age, from Vienna in Austria. Has played at a couple of world championships as RJR number 3. And he's hoping to be top of the tungsten tree as far as Group C is concerned over the next couple of days. There's been glimpses of good stuff from Rusty Jake, but he'll be the first to admit
First leg,
that
Chris
he'll
to throw
want to
first.
and need to
Game on.
string it together on a more consistent basis.
Absolutely right. Over the last 3 days, he's had a level of performance
55.
that he would not want us to mention, because he judges himself by some very high standards, and those high
58.
standards have not been met this week. But he has another chance to prove himself as a player here this week, albeit as a late
60.
call-up, because Boris Koltsov couldn't make it. We applaud the fact that Rusty could, but now you got to put your foot down, Rusty.
70.
Now you're into day 4, that sort of leeway that we would give a player in that situation and scenario kind of
85.
goes away.
No more second chances. This is your last chance. Or in the case of Chris Hurds, this is your only chance.
99.
Now, this is my first time watching Chris. And the first thing that comes to mind is, isn't it incredible how
100.
his luck is not really a surprise anymore? It's just a normal day of darts when you see someone with a green Mohican
95.
and a beard that looks like you've been lumberjacking for a few years, but this guy is from the same place as Jim Williams. It's called Pristine in
127.
Wales. And that's exactly what you want to be in the table after 2 days, albeit with a very different spelling. You want to be pristine.
44. Chris Carr, 74.
Well, the first leg hasn't exactly been pristine, but it could be one in Hurds' leisure nonetheless. If he can pin this tops, he's got the right-hand corner to aim at,
34.
but misses it to the top
Russell
left-hand
Carr,
side.
35.
Lovely guy for the bullseye if he gets to 60.
30.
Maybe not.
Chris Carr, 40.
And so Hurds wants tops, finds the
Getting shot on the
tops.
first leg, Chris
He's up
Hurds.
and running in this match.
Have you noticed what darts Chris Hurds is using as well?
Second leg, Rusty Jake to throw first. Game on.
Very fancy. They are a fancy set of MVG darts.
60.
I think there might even be a limited edition set. They've got some intricacy, those grip
140.
patterns. There's a very strong look, and when you bring that look to the Super Series,
140.
you've got to back it up with good play. But unfortunately for Chris, he's not made a Saturday night yet. Could this be his week? I
100.
wonder.
Yeah, Chris Hurds is one of a very select few players that has won here at the Super
40.
Series on a Saturday, but not at the Super Series on a Saturday, because he played a belt match back when they were held in this building during the autumnal months of
100.
last year, and he got the better of David Davies, a player that we know very well in that particular final, and that's what's harboured him subsequent invites in Series 6. He would then retain the title to see
100.
himself back
Chris
here
Carr,
in
161.
Series 7, and he's looking for this 1-6-1 for the breaker throw and a 2-0 lead. He will think and possibly feel as if he's got 6 from here when you consider
99.
the
Rusty Jake
start
Carr,
that Rusty Jake has
161.
made the proceedings, but this could be the blue touch paper lightener.
So far, the players from Group A
64.
are
Chris
not
Carr,
having a very good
62.
time of it. The people who are fresh coming into Thursday are loving it so far.
30.
But this
Rusty
97
Jake
would stop a
97.
trend here in round 1. We've only seen 4-0 so far. It's going to be double 19 for double top. Oh, he was going to try and do it the other way around.
37. Chris Carr, 32.
It didn't work though.
Getting shot on the second leg, Chris
And Hurds
Hurds.
finds the break. He leads 2-0. In matter of fact, so far today, we've seen 10 legs worth
Third
of
leg,
play.
Chris to throw
And the
first.
player
Game on.
who is listed as against the darts in a match hasn't won one of them so far.
We've got a few countries represented in Champions Week next week.
47.
Scotland, Lithuania, England, Ireland, the Netherlands, Sweden, Northern Ireland.
100.
An eclectic amount of European countries. But there is a heavyweight darting country not
60.
represented next week yet. And that is Wales. And Austria.
140.
Because this guy is the first Austrian to have played here.
Well, here's a stunning fact for you. There hasn't been a Welsh player
80.
at Champions Week since Series 3. The last Welsh player to win a week was Mike Gillett in May last year.
43.
How many Welsh players have actually won weeks? Because I know that John Worsley has.
Warburton, Worsley, Gillett.
100.
Robert Owen won the first week here, back when we played the first couple of weeks in our previous home in Southampton. Justin Smith won in Series 2.
And then you say
58.
Hurds,
134.
question mark, question mark, question mark. The 134's on. And as quickly as that, the shot is off.
I have to say that this has been a really promising start from Chris.
110.
Average of 87, 2 from 6 on the doubles.
160.
This is a real solid opening passage for him. However, Rusty Jake looking for tots or 160 to stem the tide.
Rusty Jake
He
Rodriguez.
had to take that out because Hurds was sat on a double to go 3-0 to the good. And Rusty Jake
Fourth leg, Rusty
Rodriguez
Jake to
has
third
arrived
first.
to proceedings here.
Game on.
How do we categorise that second 160 checkout of the week for Rusty Jake then? Brilliant for him. But that was the equivalent of Hurds walking up to a very large keyboard and saying, oh, there's a button on there
69.
for vomit. I'll just press it.
What keyboards do you look at that make you vomit?
Creative ones.
58.
You can do anything these days on a keyboard.
I got bought a buzzer for Christmas, which was of a similar ilk.
180.
Somebody bought you a buzzer for Christmas.
Yes.
On purpose.
100.
Yes.
Well, we know that 180 from Rusty was on purpose. Have we got more?
140.
Those darts are going in with some purpose, with those very long points. This is a really good spurt from Rusty.
85. Rusty
Took him
Jake
a
now
couple of legs to
112.
awaken, but now he has. He's moving through the gears. He's dragged his average from mid-70s up about 10 points.
100.
And has now left himself on a double after 12. The double's double 6. But Hurts, who has sat on a double for a 3-0 lead, never got a go. And it looks like it has inflicted some pain
121.
upon
Rusty Jake
Hurtsy.
now 12.
2 sixes. Double 3.
Game shot on the fourth.
Brilliantly
Rusty Jake
done from a
Rodriguez.
player that got a checkout this week, which was rather odd.
Fifth leg,
Double
Chris to
3,
third first.
3
Game
double
on.
3. Yeah. It was just a bit different. And it wasn't on purpose. After the first dart, it was.
46.
May I touch on
55.
Chris's nickname then?
Go on.
What a great look he's got. What a great shirt he's got. It's quintessentially him. What's missing?
140.
A decent nickname.
$45.
I'm sure he's got a lot of friends who are listening to this first game of the day, and they're probably thinking, how dare you, Nico? How dare you have a go at his nickname?
42.
But look at him. He's different. He's got a colour scheme and a look. He walks into a room, you know exactly who he is, and then
96.
Hurdsy. I mean, it's not very good, is it? He can do better than that.
Well, I'll tell you what. Keep it clean, chat room.
96.
What would be an appropriate name for Chris Hurds?
It's a good, affectionate nickname. You'd call Dave Chisnell
64.
Chizzy. He's just taken Chizzy as a nickname. Well, fair enough. But you need something that's got some gumption.
$125.
That visit's got some. That's brilliant from Chris. Maybe he's going to let his darts do the talking instead of his nickname.
And you have to give him credit
57.
here because it could have been so easy for him to have just folded amidst the two-leg flurry that Rusty Jake had mounted. But he's recovered well.
20.
Didn't need to find the double 16 there. He's going to come back for 3 more, but Rusty Jake looking to apply pressure to the finish next time round.
56. Chris Car 32.
This is for a 7-visit win.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
And
Chris
it is a
Hurds.
third leg for Chris. It's not often you see a
Sixth
clean-shaven
leg,
dart
Robbie
player
Jones
these
to left.
days.
Rusty Jake to throw first. Game on.
Well, at least Rusty Jake is. He's just past the age of starting to shave, I think, because he's not exactly the oldest of players.
Well, Rusty Jake has been called his brother at the beginning of that leg.
59.
I'm sure it hasn't been the first time.
60.
You might need that. You might need that name tag Hi, my name is Rusty Jake. I play darts. You might need to nick that sticker off of Doug Bain.
180.
Did Doug Bain have a sticker on his shirt saying my name is?
Oh no. Hi, my name is
81.
No Name.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to start rapping like Eminem. My name is. His name is Rusty.
57.
He's still in this match. And this is by far the closest affair we've had so far. And Rusty will forever be known
85.
as the first Austrian to have ever graced this place. I wonder who else could join that list?
39.
There's a fairly big name that could be here next year. The heavyweight of Austrian darts, Monsieur.
83.
We'll see. We'll just have to wait and see.
Time will tell all. Time will tell all in this particular tungsten tussle
94.
because Rusty Jake here has left himself on 72 to take us all the way to a deciding leg.
Well, Chris's job here is to get under 130.
44.
And he
Rusty
hasn't been
Jake
able to do it.
72.
Which will give Rusty, in his own mind, 6 darts to get this done.
Game
But he
shot on
doesn't
the
need
sixth
6.
flag, Rusty Jake Rodriguez.
One leg shootout to see if the Group A graduates
Seventh
are
and final leg,
all in the
Christopher
bin
first,
after round
game
1.
The first last leg decider of the day.
Just to embellish my point about his nickname, he's got his own
81.
flights too. They're rather catchy, aren't they?
Flights or floits?
100.
I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole after I was shouted at by some people in Portsmouth with my Newcastle shirt on last night, so thanks, Portsmouth.
I mean, it's probably your fault. You shouldn't wear a shirt with stripes on in this city.
100.
They weren't red. That's red. That's on the floor.
65.
And that's happened way too many times this week. I can't help but think that with those long points in those barrels, the weighting of the whole setup is
60.
just a bit off. I'm talking about minuscule margins, maybe 2 millimeters off the end of those points could just give him a bit of extra balance. And it's happened again.
120.
It usually helps if all 3 darts go in the board.
32.
Well, let's face it. He's got a lead here after 9 darts, and he's only thrown 7.
59.
Well, he's thrown 12 now, but 10 have registered. You know what I'm trying to say.
And it could well be those drop darts on the floor that could pay
125.
dividends to him in this
Rusty
leg,
Jake
because that
Golden 57.
125 makes Chris Hurd's favour unless Rusty Jake had another real big ton topper in the locker. But it could be the Chris
57.
Hurd's
Chris
locker
Hurd,
if he can
103.
pin the 103.
Biggest checkout of the match so far for Chris is 40. This is a step up. Too much of a step up.
87.
And Rusty,
Rusty
who's got a
Jake Hurd,
160 checkout in this match, which ignited his chances. He's now looking at the cousin of that shot. I think he was doing the right thing there going for the 60. I think
76.
tops
Fisher Car,
tops
16.
wasn't the right effort in that play, but this could be.
It's 2-8 for the match. It's 2-8 that's fouled, and Chris Hurd's had to stave off the Rusty Jake comeback. He wins by 4 legs to 3. Rusty Jake ignited his match with a 160 checkout, but it's Hurd who gets over the line with a hop, skip, and jump off the stage. The first round of fixtures are done in a flash. Carter and Baker is coming up after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Chris Hurd's got the better of Rusty Jake Rodriguez by 4 legs to 3 in the final game of the first round's worth of fixtures. And so round 2 begins now in earnest. And it sees a player who won their first game 4-0 up against a player who lost their first game 4-0. Scott Baker up against Josh Carter is our 4th game of the afternoon session. The Mod will be looking to up the levels from his opening win against Ende, where, if the truth be told, he wasn't really pushed in the end, whilst Josh is hoping it's a little bit more of a bish and a bosh to his display.
First leg, Josh, you throw first. Game on.
Well, considering the fact he hasn't won a leg today so far, he needs to start with the B of the bish.
60.
Just get your first leg and then go from there. Can't believe it's May the 16th already, you know.
100.
You wouldn't think it was, with the weather outside. However, good darts weather. That's what I like to categorise it as. And a very happy birthday to
57.
England international today, Paul Milford. A very, very good player who hasn't graced this stage
59.
yet. I have a feeling he might at some point. He's a very, very good player from Devon.
44.
So all the best to Paul.
Yeah, excellent player. Down in the southwest, he's based.
59.
Practice partners of Owen Bates, and Owen has told me on very good authority that he's not afraid to say that every now and then
96.
Paul can knock 1-2 together against him.
Yeah, Paul's been a good player for years.
44.
You don't get in that England team without being very, very good.
50.
And you don't get onto this stage without being good as well. But when you're invited and you don't have to qualify, like Scott Baker,
139.
that's because you've obviously done something here before and something somewhere else. And he checks both of those boxes.
136.
He's
Shot
the
count
first to a
100.
two-darter, but it's Josh who's got the better one.
Went treble 16, didn't like the lie of dart 1,
84.
obviously. Leaves
Joshua
himself
Carr,
on double
58.
8. And so Carter's got a single to double here to hold the throw in leg 1. It's the first dart at double he's got today,
38.
but he cannot find with
Shot
neither
count
dart 1 or
16.
dart 2. And so Baker's going to return. Usually there's no mistake on this
shot
breakdown.
on
There's
the
no
first leg,
mistake
Scott
there.
Baker.
And Baker gets the break. That's now 5 legs, 1 in a row for Baker.
Second leg,
Now
Scott to
5
throw
legs
first.
lost in a row for Carter.
Game on.
Do you ever think when Scott wakes up in the morning that he'll go to the barbers and say, do you know what, I fancy a different haircut today?
100.
His haircut is so predictable because this is who he is. He's probably got his own picture up in the barbers. Oh, yeah, I'll have a Scotty
123.
Baker, please.
Do hairdressers still have pictures up on the wall there? Because my barber
85.
doesn't.
Most of the barbers I've been in have got pictures on the wall. Usually of people like Chris Hemsworth
125.
with borderline unachievable hair.
Obviously, my barber's a little bit different to the most then.
140.
I think your barber's a saint, quite frankly.
He is keeping this hairline on,
140.
trust me.
Well, the only person losing their hair so far today is Josh and possibly Dennis, because they are yet
31.
to score a leg.
Joshua Carr, 113.
However, he may get another chance to get that first leg right now.
So far in this game, Carter's outscored
56.
Baker, but when it's come
Shot
to
the
this
car,
stage of a leg, there's
145.
been a couple of erroneous moments.
85.
a
Joshua
great
Carr,
last dart.
57.
Similar shot to what he had in the first leg. Single to tops. This time he breaks it down
47.
and still can't hit
Joshua Carr,
it,
60.
giving Baker a chance for 6 straight legs today.
Tops
Game shot on the second leg. Scott
clinically
Baker.
taken out by Scott Baker. He leads 2-0.
Third leg, Josh to throw
It was
first.
a bit like
Game
playing level 7 or level 8 on a computer. You had your chance
on. 36.
to get your 18 darter, And unfortunately, when you miss, the computer will hit. And that's pretty much how Scott Baker plays the game. He steps up, he throws at what he sees, he doesn't overcomplicate things.
Well, it's part of the reason why we both fancied
100.
Baker and Finess to do well in this group, on the basis of they're two players which just have a reliability about their game. You kind of know
100.
roughly where they're going to be at.
Absolutely right. Well, there was something that I was casting my eye over this morning when it came to the Josh Carter throw.
137.
At some point in this match, it'd be really nice to see him from the side, because I want you to see the acceleration
60.
of the Baker throw when he's in position and that forearm goes forward. It's quite a rapid release. Whereas with Carter,
58.
his throwing speed is really slow. That's why his darts feather their way into the
100.
board
Joshua Carr 170.
instead of going in a somewhat thunderous fashion. It's something we can look at.
90. Scott Carr 101.
Well, this time Baker's being forced to take the 101 out, you feel. This for the double break. It's not going to go, and so Carter
45. Joshua Carr 80.
should get a dart at tops. He's going to get 2 at double 10. He's missed 2 darts to win each of the legs so far.
70.
And it
Scott
happens
Carr
again in leg
56.
3. Is Baker going to pinch another from him?
It's only 1 dart though.
36. Scott
And he
Carr.
burned 1 and he
for
cost
Joshua
himself
Carr 10.
that additional shot, which he knows he should have had. First time he gets a second bite of the cherry,
No score.
and
Scott
he obviously
Carr
doesn't like
20.
cherries.
Well, that's none from 9 now for Josh. This is one that could really hurt. Double 5. But he's
15.
going to be allowed
Joshua
another
Carr 10.
opportunity.
It breaks down again. It's double 1.
No score. Scott
It goes
Carr
all the way
5.
back to 10, courtesy of the bust rule. When
Getting
Baker
shot on
finds
the third
double
leg.
2.
Scott Baker.
It's a 3-0 lead. He will not believe that he has got this lead. He has
4 leg shot
faced
to third first.
leg lost
Game on.
darts in every single leg we've had. And he's taken them all, courtesy of 11 misses from Josh.
100.
But look at this left arm. Look how slowly it comes through from that point, from that deep drawback. He's placing the dart through the air.
26.
And look at the speed of the right arm of Baker. Look at this. Whoosh, just like that.
60.
That's quick. Look at this left arm. Really slow.
I was actually speaking
41.
to 1 or 2 people yesterday, and they reckon the comparison to Josh Carter's action is just a little bit of a slowed down version of that of
100.
a fellow left-hander, the American Danny Lorby.
I think sometimes we can get carried away with comparing throws
100.
just because they have the same dexterity. So just because he's a lefty, he looks like Lauby, but
40.
if we were to look at it from a very different camera angle, they might look completely different. I myself
100.
compared Justin Hood to James Wade in this series. I stand by it.
81.
I don't think Josh is as rangy as Danny is. And Danny is a weekly winner
97.
in this venue.
Scott Carr 120.
And now currently on the PDC Pro Tour. But Scotty Baker could well be in the winner's enclosure very, very soon
44.
for a second time,
Joshua
having
Carr
not lost a leg.
137.
But these two are complete polar opposites as far as their day has been concerned. Carter
97. Scott
could end
Carr
up
76.
legless after match 2, whilst Baker could end up being perfect after game 2.
60.
But Carter's now
Joshua
going to have an
Carr,
opportunity.
40.
He's had chances now to win every single leg in this match. Tops. Now double 10.
It's getting to the stage now where he's throwing towards the double and hoping it goes in. And that one does.
Green shot on the fourth leg. Josh Carter.
Game 4, leg number 4. And that's his first leg
Vivek
win of the
Schultz
day.
is
And there's that
first.
$1 million smile from
Just to
Scott
throw
Baker,
first.
who
Game on.
leaned on the table, but decided not to lean anymore because that could have been a bit of an incident.
You just hope that that's the leg win that just relaxes Josh a little bit.
95.
Yeah, take it easy, Scott. Take it easy. But that might do something to Baker now.
100.
That might just say to him, you know what, this guy has outscored me a fair bit of this match, and he has had enough chances. If I keep giving him chances, he might even come
97.
back into this match.
Because can it be easy to fall in the trap of, well, I've been given opportunities to win legs because
81.
my opponent's missing doubles. It's almost a half expectation that those chances are going to come again.
Potentially. So you've got to make sure that they don't get that
137.
chance. And one of the reasons why
60.
Scott Baker has decided to move to a different flight is because he's with a different company now.
60.
That's a great second dart.
100.
Pretty
Joshua
much
Carr,
guaranteed him a shot at a
112.
finish for the match if he's given. I look at 160.
Well, Rusty Jake Rodriguez has already taken this
56.
finish
Scottish
out
Carr,
today. Can
160.
Baker finish with a flourish? And Carter here has got an opportunity to bring this game back to
100.
3-2. We saw
Joshua
a mini
Carr,
reprieve from
56.
Rusty Jake Rodriguez in the previous match against Chris Hertz.
It's going to be double 16. Now that single is not
24.
particularly secure.
Carr,
And I think
60.
if he'd hit that dart, it could have ended on the floor. This is double top. And that is the win for Scott Baker. His opponent had darts at double in every single leg. But when it comes to 1 out of 15, that will never get the job done. However, 4 from 11 will, and a 76 average for Baker will get it done on this occasion. So he has got 4 points from his first 2 games, and he's looking good. As for Rusty Jake Rodriguez, he's about to take on Ryan Finess. That could be a very good match after the break.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
$18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Scott Baker got the better of Josh Carter by 4 legs to 1. Our 5th game of the afternoon session sees Rusty Jake Rodriguez and Ryan Finess go toe-to-toe on the Yoki as far as this pair's morning is concerned. Finess got the better of Carter by 4 legs to 0 with relative ease in the end. Whilst Rusty Jake Rodriguez found himself 2-0 down. Could have been 3-0 behind, bar for 160 checkout. He mounted a mini comeback against the Welshman before losing out in a last leg decider by 4-3. But if you actually delve deeper into the levels of play of both players in the first cycle of matches, there wasn't really too much between them. A couple of points on the averages and finishing rather similar.
But winning breeds confidence.
96.
Got to give Rusty credit. He did get himself back into that match with Herds, but couldn't take the final leg. Whereas this guy started impeccably.
100.
He has the best average of the first round, and including the first game of round 2 as well.
43.
Very solid doubling. Got a ton plus checkout. It's exactly what you expect from Ryan Finess.
100.
So by that token, expect more. Which means Rusty has got to deliver more.
60.
Paul Nicholson channeling his inner Bruno Mars. Tripping in Finesse, he would expect no less.
60.
Not the first time in my life I felt lost. Somebody else is feeling lost as well. He's called Josh Carter.
84.
Already lost his first 2 games. And even at this early stage, he will feel like qualifying through this group is like skiing uphill.
134.
That first start has not been cooperating at times this week. And when it's wrong,
48.
He doesn't have anything to aim at, anything to bounce in off.
70 remaining. That treble 18 leaves himself on double 8 upon his return. Can Rusty Jake fall at the 160 or the 170? Not on this particular occasion. And so
43.
Finesse 2. Make it 5 from 5 at the beginning of his day. Double 8. No mistake. It's just what Ryan Finesse does. He's consistent, he's proficient, he's efficient, and he leads Rusty Jake by a leg to 0.
I've just been looking into the history
85.
of his name, Finess. Apparently it's a habitational name from the south coast of Cumbria. So his ancestry has maybe travelled a bit further south over the years.
125.
Got a few connotations with the way you say it. You could say that he's got finesse.
57.
He's playing as hot as a furnace. And at times, he does.
58.
And he's had some very good experiences with us over the last 3 years. But he has not won a week in this building yet.
100.
But he does have a little bit of history, does Ryan. He was the first person in the world to win a 3-person 9-dart shootout. Because it had never happened until he was involved in one with Andy
58.
Hamilton and Lee Shewan.
36.
And he won it.
Paul Hinks was actually refereeing that particular 9-dart shootout.
84.
That was a very exciting night.
Conan Whitehead was in the back when he won that night, and he was asked by Chris Murphy, who was presenting that evening, what did you make of it?
52.
His simple answer was, well, it was history at the Modus, wasn't it?
Just another accent that you failed at, Henry. Everybody at the local market is safe.
12.
And Rusty is safe for now.
127.
And we get the customary smile on the old 127. Hang on. Bullseye.
102.
Would have been a bigger smile had that been hit.
40.
Well, the way Finess has been finishing today, you don't expect to miss. At least not with 3 in hand. Oh, he gets it first time. And Finess leads by 2 legs to 0. And Finess does have some ancestry when it comes to this particular competition. When we first set up our studio in Southampton, when this was the
59.
then live league, we were still in the midst of COVID. We were in the middle of lockdown, but just coming out the end of lockdown. And we needed a bigger pool of players,
60.
but there was travel restrictions at the time. But at that time, local sporting activity was allowed to be resumed. So a lot of these selectors
51.
and people who work behind the scenes at the Super Series, the then live league at the time, were at local competitions, at local events, and they were looking at players who
100.
who are at a standard enough to compete possibly in a Group B and a Group C. And the likes of Ryan Finess and Mike Gillett were the 2 of the players that really stood out.
100.
And so they got invitations to play and extend our pool of players, and they've done such a superb job since first playing in the competition. They keep getting their invites
100.
back.
And I think if you are in that mould of player, you do feel the pressure of, if I get invited,
140.
I must continue to play well to continually be invited again, because the pool of players is bigger now than it has ever been.
42. Russia's yellow card 151.
So in order to get an invite for Series 8, you feel that Ryan's got to do something quite special this week. And I
51.
think something in the region of making the semi-finals, if not the final, on Saturday night, is what he has to do.
129.
Well,
Russia's yellow
he's
card
beginning to
100.
go through the gears. He's averaging just under 86 so far. His doubling has been good in this match. And unlike the last
60.
game where
Ryan
Rodriguez
O'Connor,
found a
70.
ton topper and 2-0 down, he couldn't pin the ton on the nose. And so Finess for the double break is looking at 70.
Double 16.
Game
You
shot on
smell
the third
problems
leg. Ryan Finess.
for a lot of people in this group, because if Finess and Baker start
Fourth leg
stretching that
round, you
lead
through first.
here
Game on.
today, this group could be sewn up fast. A bit like Muhlenkamp earlier in the week. We've got people who are in a very good position early.
54.
Finess and Baker must be looking at this group, and I don't mean this as a disrespect to the other 4, but they must be looking around, scratching their heads, thinking that
29.
we could potentially be 2 from 2 here without dropping many legs, and yet we still not had to get out of our B game yet.
All they've got to do is beat who's in front of
60.
them. And if you think about how the confidence of Rusty, of Josh,
60.
and Dennis, and how it's been bruised over the last 3 days, it's the responsibility of the other Group C players to expose that.
52.
If they can early, they can make these players feel even worse.
123.
I've said for years, this is a gladiatorial business. There's no points for second place.
93.
That's a quote from Top Gun, by the way. At the minute, the best pilots
100.
are Ryan and Scott. And almost everybody else is being shot down.
41.
And this is an opportunity now for Rusty to get back into this game. It will feel like a rather
137.
familiar situation that he had against Chris Hurds, because he was drastically behind. And it took something like 160 checkout to get him back in it.
77.
However, this is a little bit easier.
2 in hand, double 16.
20.
He would have felt that he
Ryan
couldn't
O'Connor,
have afforded Ryan a
124.
shot at this the way he's been finishing in this match. It may just be a dart of the ball. It is going to be a dart at the ball. When he lays up for
92.
double 16.
Russia's yellow card 32.
Inadvertently,
Getting shot on the fourth leg.
Rusty shows him where it is.
Rodriguez.
Thankfully for him, he's
Fifth
got his
leg,
first leg of this
Rusty
match.
through first.
Game number 5.
Game on.
signifies the 1/3 point of today's action in Group C. But of course, we do have some evening action tonight from 10 p.m. We will welcome back a Super Series heavyweight in Andy Bolton. And a Super Series heavyweight regular, that is Cam Crabtree.
84.
I expect them to qualify over the next couple of nights. Time will tell. As for the other 3 players, including Keelan Kay, Joe Mernon, and Johan Brouwer, not really sure what we're going to get from them tonight. We'll have to tune in to find out.
60.
If I was allowed to have an unofficial Modus Super Series order of merit, Andy Bolton would be in the top 4, Cam Crabtree would be in the top 16.
That makes sense.
140.
But when he started that miniature anecdote there, and he started If I Was, I'm just really grateful that you didn't start singing If I Was by Ultravox, because it could have gone on for a while.
57. Rusty Jet car 133.
What about If I Was a Winner? I love this route. This is how you're supposed to do 133.
114.
That is a great attempt at what should be the norm for that shot, in my opinion.
Well, Finess isn't going to hoist Rusty Jake by his own petard.
60. Rusty Jet car 19.
He hits himself on the square ton. It's 2 in hand, a double 8, and this game is just moving into Rusty Jake's direction, and perhaps Finess will be thankful of the fact that it's he who's got the darts in the 6th leg to just put any mini comeback hopes to bed.
One of the main reasons why Rusty did not win the match against Herds in Game 3 is because he didn't have the darts in the last leg.
180.
If he can take us to leg 7 again, he would have the darts this time. But there's a really, really
43.
big risk now that Ryan will not allow him that. Somebody isn't missing.
Somebody's just missed.
140.
Not for long.
What a leg this is, just to gift wrap the game in your direction.
96.
Gift wrap? You know what I'm going to say next, don't you? Lovely.
140.
Do you want that gift wrapped, sir? Oh, yeah, go on then. Lovely.
I'm glad Phil Barrs ain't here for this Love Actually reference.
41.
How about this reference? Could be a 12 dart reference.
21.
You'll have to wait.
It's double 10 for
92.
Finess for a
Round your
4-2
card,
win
20.
to make it 2 for 2. Up for 5s.
10.
But this time he can't find. Well, this really would be an act of escapology, an act of recovery, but the fish isn't going to go.
Yeah, Rusty is no Houdini.
58. Round your car 10.
5 mismatched darts.
Getting shot in the match.
But it's not going to be 6, as Ryan Finess does a very professional job. It may not be his best performance, but I'll tell you what it is. It's very similar to what we saw from him in the first round, because his first average of the day was 81.24. That is 81.34, so you know pretty much what you're going to get from Ryan Finess. And if he continues to do that, you're going to have to try and best him. And as far as today's concerned, nobody has. When we come back, it will be Chris Herds again and his green hair up against Dennis van der Ende.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Ryan Finess got the better of Rusty Jake Rodriguez by 4 legs to 2, averaging 81.34, 4 from 12 on the doubles. Real good performance that from Finess. He's just going about his business quite nicely indeed. So, our 6th and final game, it's in the second round of fixtures, and it sees Dennis van der Ende and Chris Hurds go toe-to-toe. Hurds got the better of Rusty Jake Rodriguez in the last leg decider 4-3 in his opening game of the afternoon session, whilst Dennis van der Ende lost out 4-0 to Scott Baker in round 1. And I think it's fair to say that Dennis is going to have to up the levels here up against Chris Hurds. And it's also fair to say that both players have got the notion in terms of wearing green this afternoon.
85.
All being well, they're not feeling envious later of the points total of others. It's perfectly in the hands of Chris Hurds.
81.
That he could be looking down on everybody else if he wins his next 4 matches. But Dennis, who didn't start particularly brilliantly today,
100.
would like to recover a lot quicker than he did in Group A. It took him pretty much until day 3
82.
to get some sort of traction.
Well, Chris Hurds' first performance was a little bit like that song, It's Not Easy Being Green.
59.
It looked serene when he went 2-0 to the good before Rusty Jake Rodriguez piled in the 160 and piled on the questions for Hurdsy, who then eventually
49.
got over the line in the last leg decider and is hoping to double up his tally against Dennis.
$131.
That's some good shooting there from Dennis.
95.
He's got a nice little cushion as well, so he doesn't have to go for the 19s. He's just trying to leave double 16 here.
44.
And he falls severely short on dart 3, just inviting Chris back into this leg if he can find 2 trebles.
81. Dennis Yurka,
And he knew right there that if he got 2, the pressure would be so much bigger than that of a 1-1-3 leave.
42.
However, it is still
Chris
a very
Yurka,
doable chance.
113.
Only 1 big treble needed. And there it is. Double top.
93. Dennis Yurka, 40.
Big chance this for Dennis. Only had a couple of darts at double in his game against Scott Baker. Double 10 to take out the first leg.
32.
Strays up and
Chris
above
Yurka,
into the
20.
double 6, and so Hurds has a tangible chance to step in. Up for 5s.
$15.
Not quite.
Dennis Yurka, 8.
He obviously wasn't comfortable on dart 3. That's why he paused. Still looking for his first double hit today. Here's Dennis.
6.
And
Chris Yurka,
still
5.
waiting still. Double 2.
1. Dennis Yurka,
We've
2.
almost got a pub game.
Getting shot on the first leg.
And he has his first leg of the day on double 1. Doesn't matter whether it's 170 check out or the Madhouse or somewhere in between, as long as you get it.
They don't say how on legs 1s.
60.
I remember when I was a kid, you know, back in the 1980s, when you'd walk down the street and everybody wanted
100.
to be somebody. Everybody had an idol. Mine was Bruce Lee. I was definitely not going to be him because he died 15 years
100.
before I actually started thinking about things like this. But you look at Chris Hurds, around about
60.
88, 89, he wouldn't have looked out of place. He would have been known as a fan of Zig Zig Sputnik. They were a very, very
100.
colourful band in the late 80s that were very famous for a song called Love Missile F-111, which was made famous by one of the best movies of the late 80s, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. They were known for their high Mohicans and their
134.
very, very bright, colourful clothes. And when I look at Chris Hurds, that's exactly what I think about. And it brings back very fond memories.
44. Chris, your car 107.
Is Hurds going to have fond memories of this leg? Is he going to have fond memories of the 107? It could do. Double 14.
79.
Just grazes the wire. But he is going to come back with Van der Ende left on a bogey. A bogey which he left by hitting the single 19 of his last start of the last turn.
131. Chris, your
Silly
car
Dennis.
28.
He's a menace to himself. As Chris goes for sevens.
Game shot on the second leg.
And finds a
Chris
very
Hurds.
good shot, I might add, because that was not a simple, easy shot with a dart in the way.
Third leg, Dennis to throw
We have
first.
a 1-all
Game on.
scoreline now.
And you just get the sense that there may be opportunity missed for Dennis. You get the sense that Chris winning that leg could just see him
100.
begin to really hit home on the afterburners.
You know how you walk down the street these days and you see people and
140.
you know exactly by looking at them who their influence is. There's a lot of that back in the 80s. Very easy to... I think
91.
categorise is too strong a word, but you can see who was their muse. I wonder what Chris's muse
140.
was. It's easy to say it might have been Peter Wright. It might not have been. This might just be how he's looked for the last 20 years. He might have gone to school like this.
40.
And if he had, and the teachers allowed it, I applaud that. But
26.
I've said for years that Simon Whitlock can't exactly be seen to be somebody else. When he walks through an airport, you know that's Simon Whitlock. And there are players who come here to Portsmouth, and you
43.
cannot mistake them for anybody else. Chris Hurds is one of them. But he wants to paint his name in lights as a weekly winner
137.
or as a participant in Saturday first, because he's not done that before. So he wants to walk the walk, talk the talk, and dart the dart.
43. Chris, your car 58.
Well, he's doing all the talking in this leg, and he's threatening a break of throw. He's on for a potential 14 dart if he can pin the tops. Now down for double 10.
38.
Doesn't quite go, but he has got time on his side. But I have to admire people like Chris. In a world where everybody tries to be, or a lot of people try to be something that they're not, and social media has a huge
56.
part to play
Chris,
in
your car
that.
20.
Chris is just unequivocally himself. He's got a nice nature about him. I've spoken to Chris on a few occasions, and he plays the game, he lives the game, he breathes the game in his
16.
own way.
Dennis, your car 128.
Well, if he was a dragon, he didn't breathe fire there. And Dennis is not going to fire the 128 in.
92.
So
Chris, your
the
car
choice
4.
to leave double two was his. He could have bust the shot. That's really awkward.
No score.
I'm not surprised to see that. That second dart was
Dennis, your car 36.
absolutely awful to look at going for that double two. What a gift this is for Dennis.
This will be a sickener for Chris,
4.
but
Chris, your
just
car
hasn't
4.
quite been able to take advantage of opportunities on the doubles. 1 from 11 on the outer ring for Dennis. Hurds comes back. He's 1 from 17 himself, mind. Made that 1 from 19.
No
Make
score.
it 1
Dennis,
from
your car
20.
32.
Well, it's been a game that has been marred by missed opportunities. But it's
Being shown on
Dennis
the
that's
third
opened the
leg.
door
Dennis on the
eventually
Ende.
to a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, Chris, to throw first.
Well,
Game
what
on.
more can you say? 11 darts missed at double by Dennis.
95.
19 by Chris after 3 legs. That's 30 missed darts at double.
41.
Games like this do tend to happen every now and again, where your opponent's misses can
54.
infect yourself. It's up to you to put it right, and the only way to put it right is in the next leg. Get it with the first visit.
41.
Well, Chris Mason's going to be sat in this seat next week for Champions Week, and How many times he's been in this commentary box and he has said how
45.
often one player can follow another. Missing, he says, is as infectious as hitting, and if one player misses, it can drag into the other player's performance.
Some things can't be explained.
140.
And that is one of them. When someone misses a truckload of doubles, it can follow. If someone is perfect on the doubles,
99.
that can also follow. It happened earlier this week. Somebody went 4 from 4, and then in the next game, somebody did exactly the same.
55.
It's like trying to explain why yawning is infectious. Still don't know how that's the case.
60.
Tiring to think about, mind. Herds 148 to level this game up at 2 apiece.
57.
Well done, Henry. You've just won Tumbleweed of the Week. Oh, finish of the week? No.
100.
Not bad, though.
Dennis Ricard,
Not bad at all.
67.
He'll feel sick as a chip. Thinking about the fact that he's 2-1 down. It could be 3-1.
99. Chris Ricard, 48.
Big exchange, this. Herd's first poke of the 48. He's going to have 2 in his hand at double 16. But if he misses here...
16.
If he misses here, Dennis has the
68.
chance to get the breaker throw, move 3-1 up, and have the darts for the match. And he should get one. He will get one at double 16, and he
Being
takes
from
the
the fourth
opportunity
leg,
of a
Dennis
plum.
Ende.
He breaks the Herd's throw. He leads 3-1, and now has the darts to see this
Like Dennis
contest
to
through.
First. Game on.
What this game is starting to prove is that Baker and Finess could be on a different planet to everybody else in this group. And I'm not just talking about
100.
midway through tomorrow. By the end of the day, I would not be shocked to see a 4-point cushion
105.
between the top 2 and the next 4 players by the end of today's play, based on what we're seeing.
Right, time to break the go
60.
for balls at the end of first visit glass in case of emergency, because that's what Chris Herds has done just there.
97.
That's not a bad present to buy someone, isn't it? I wouldn't mind a bullseye just in case of emergency.
97.
We haven't had a lot of bullseye finishes this week.
137.
Seen a lot of attempts. Whether you appreciate Chris Herds or not,
90.
what he's done there from 299 is he said, I'm going to try and take this in 3 visits. I'm not going to attempt to do it in 2.
100. Dennis Ricard, 154.
And he might just take it in 3 visits, if given the chance. That if might be changing.
134.
But pulls that last
Ricard,
dart
62.
low. Van der Ende's had a match dart.
Dabbled
42.
in things like that on his shirts and in the multitude of colours he's used in the follicle
140.
department as well. Someone's got to take it to the next level, right? Including things like that.
180.
And it took a long time for Dennis to get his first 180 this week. It was midway
100.
through Tuesday for him to get his first. But since then, he's got a few.
And it's put him on the cusp here. Took a 2 of a trouble with the last dart.
58.
Just opens up the door a little bit for Chris.
59.
Who is starting to
Dennis
play
Ricard,
quicker now.
130.
Getting a bit of pace into proceedings, but it could be right at the very end of proceedings. The bullseye to have closed it out with the
83.
little fish.
Chris Ricard, 112.
He's going to go for the 60. And he's going to find it. That is the best start he's thrown all day. Oh, and he goes
94.
next door.
Dennis Ricard,
A
47.
Goldilocks shot means that Dennis could end this game.
Game shot in the match. Dennis van
And he
Ende.
does. He gets his first points in this group. So he goes on to 2 with Chris Hurds, and he does a very effective job. That's what we've seen from that one. A very similar standard, but too many missed starts at double from Chris Hurds. He really did pay the price for that. When we come back, it's going to be the start of round number 3 and the middle action of the day. I wonder what that's going to tell us.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum. Team for the ball. Ball.
53. No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We are 2 rounds down for our play on this Thursday afternoon. This is what we've seen so far, and it's been so far so good for Ryan Finess and Scott Baker, winning both of their opening 2 matches. And you have to say, winning both of their opening 2 matches with relative ease as well. 4-0 wins in their first match, 4-1 and 4-2 wins respectively in round 2. And we'll see them in action in the next couple of games. But next up for us is Josh Carter and Rusty Jake Rodriguez. It's our 7th match as we approach the middle portion of our day's action here in Group C. But fear not, we'll have more action tonight from 10 p.m. when Group B gets underway. We're going to see 2 players who played at the last Champions Weekend, Andy Bolton and Cam Crabtree in action. But what we're going to see from this particular encounter, Paul Nicholson?
We may just see a 4th consecutive win for Rusty Jake against Josh this week. That's exactly what he's hoping for. And that would get him into that logjam on 2 points with Hurds and Van der Ende. You've got to say at this early stage that if Josh loses his 3rd consecutive match today,
100.
He's almost close to the exit door already.
Well, we begin to enter
46.
the category of Matthew Edgar's rule of 3 when it comes to a Group C. 3 defeats, and your chances become very difficult of making it through. Although I do think in recent times that particular ruling has become a little bit academic in the fact
61.
that the quality in terms of this group is far more equal. Whereas perhaps in the start there was a dip between the players who dropped out of A, for example,
96.
and the players that came into play.
Yeah, sometimes losing 4 games, you can still qualify by getting 12 points from a possible 20. But if you look at someone like Ryan Finess or Scott Baker,
111.
they're undefeated to this point. If they continue in that vein all the way through to game 14, one of them will be undefeated today, like Ron Muhlenkamp was
63.
on Monday.
Joshua Carr, 95.
And if they flip-flop by doing exactly what they've done the other way tomorrow, we could have 2 players on 18
55.
points tomorrow, which means that everybody else has got no chance.
44. Joshua Carr, 40.
Well, when we broke through the stats at the beginning of the day, there was a possibility of table separation. Although Carter wants to separate the first leg from Rusty Jake Rodriguez. He does so with a double 10. There was a fear that the 2 players could potentially, or the top 3 players and the bottom 3 players could exactly be cut apart when you judge the stats from both this week and annually. Scott Baker had by far the best stats of anybody, 7 points above the next best player, 88-83 yearly average. Ryan Finess, 81.3.
81.
Rusty Jake for Group A had an 81.82 average, whilst Carter, Van der Ende and Hertz's numbers 97. For either Group A or their annual numbers, respectively, were in the 70s.
We know that if your yearly numbers or your seasonal numbers are in the 70s coming into a challenge like this,
120.
You're either going to struggle with your usual game or you're going to thrive if you can up that. And so far, the likes of Carter, Van der Ende have not been able to up their levels.
I just wonder whether they've carried Group A into Group C.
I think we have to ask the very harsh question.
121.
Do they genuinely believe they can qualify? And I'm asking that of Rusty as well.
54.
Because he's playing a lot faster than he did on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Can it be as easy as Rusty Jake just snapping and saying, right, I've had enough of this. What am I doing? Double 10. Doesn't go. Carter's 36. Back for the break at a 2-0 lead.
60.
And this is the best performance so far he's put in this week. Double 10. He's given us glimpses, hasn't he, Josh? But hasn't been able to really harbour it all together
50.
Over a sustained spell.
Your car 20.
And one of them couldn't hit double 10, but the other one can.
The second leg, Rusty J. Rodriguez.
20 darts enough for that leg.
Third leg, Josh.
Now let's be honest.
Game on.
And I'm going to be brutally honest here. Coming into today, Rusty Jake was averaging 81.82 with 29% on doubles. In what universe
45.
Is he anywhere close to happy with that? The answer is he isn't. The only way he's happy with
93.
numbers that we would spout is if it starts with a 9. 62. And his doubles percentage starts with a 3. That tells me he is way off base. So whatever it is that he needs to get back on form,
40.
He does have the support network for it. He's got a great sponsor. He's got a great manufacturer behind
43.
him. Whatever he needs to do back in Vienna or on his travels, he does have the resources.
And in fairness to Rusty Jake, he knows exactly what he needs to do. He's very switched on. But for one reason or another, it's just not quite happened this week. And now he begins to speed up. Now he puts a bit more zip in the action, zip in the throw. That's a man that is severely annoyed of himself. That's a man who's 2-1 to the good. Josh Carter, halfway towards the victory post. Good numbers this. 2 from 6, 89.5 the average. We know that he's had these levels in there. It's just been a case of getting them out.
60.
5 visit legs have been a bit of a premium here for Josh this week. And darts like 23. That have happened way too often.
I'll tell you what, you know, we have graphics that we sometimes flash up on the screen. We need a bounce-out tally in this game.
No, we need one for the week.
91.
We've seen it from Meulenkamp, we've seen it from Rodriguez, we've seen it from Carter, we've seen it from Van der Ende. All 4 of those players, I would estimate, have had at least
78.
10 on the floor. If not, possibly double that. It's been that likely.
95.
And it's not the board. They're colliding with their own equipment.
96.
And that tells you that the purity of throw is not there. How many players
55.
at the top level have that happen to them all the time? Very few. That's right.
95.
This week's been like an Avril Lavigne track. It's been a little bit complicated.
How do you shoehorn Avril Lavigne into
79.
a Group C game on a Thursday afternoon? Henry, wow.
Well, he's one of the RJR boys, and he's hoping this is a see you
42.
later leg boy
This is
by
Jake
pinning the
Allen,
1-2-1 checkout. And this really would hurt.
97. Joshua Carr,
That'll do.
167.
This is unlikely, but it would be very welcomed. And this is where you're on the double after 6 visits. You just want to get rid of it.
24.
See it, hit it, move on.
Paul Nicholson with his
18.
quote for the
Joshua
Great
Carr,
British
70.
Railway. See it, say it, hit it. Tops.
50.
See it,
Joshua
say it,
Carr,
miss it.
6.
Oh, double 3 again. He's been really good on this week, but he's not been on it too much.
No score. Joshua Carr, 20.
I'd be more worried if he was on it a lot. Well, this double 10 put Carter 2-1 to the good. It could be the double that puts him 3-1 up. It'd be a break of throw, and it would mean that he'd then throw for the match. In it
Game shot on the
goes.
fourth leg. Josh
There's a
Carter.
lot to like about this performance from Josh Carter. And look, there's been times this week
Fifth leg,
where
Josh, you through first. Game on.
we know that he hasn't played to the level he'd like to play at, but he is harnessing something here. And it'd be remiss of us not to heap praise on him, because it has been hard, and sometimes the hardest
59.
thing to do is to keep coming up at the hockey and trying again. But trying he is. Try he'll continue. And he's hoping to eventually get the rewards
132.
for that.
His most impressive winning average this week is 85.29. That was on Tuesday.
41.
Fairly close to that at the start of this leg.
83.
I think what Rusty's trying here is the old organic stakes. He's trying to take the aim and the thought out of playing. He's trying to let his talent shine
11.
by just doing it really naturally. Or maybe he's trying to find
96.
something on the fly. Sometimes as a dart player, if you try something new, something might click. And if you can figure out what that thing is quite early in a group, it might be something you can use for the next day and a half.
129.
Does he look like a man who could potentially be at the end of his tether right now?
96.
Could be quite close to it. I'm sure when he woke up this morning, he thought, I'm definitely better than most of the players in this group. I've definitely got to have a chance after day
59.
one, but after
Russell
losing his
Jake
first
Carr,
couple of
94.
matches, he's been backed up again. Double 8.
78.
Right, if he loses this game, he will be cut adrift at the bottom of the table, be the only player who've had a win so far.
100. Russell Jake
And I
Carr,
don't
16.
think, realistically, we expected to be saying that
Game
at the
shot on the
beginning of the
fifth leg.
day.
Rusty
But he
J.
breaks Josh
Rodriguez.
back. He brings it back. 3-2. He has the darts to take us to a
Six
last
leg,
leg
Rusty Jake to
decider.
throw first. Game on.
And remember, Rusty Jake had it in his own hands. Remember, he had a dart yesterday
100.
to beat Joe Mernon. If he won that game at that point against Joe, he would have been in Group B tonight.
There's a risk at this stage, even halfway through the day,
140.
that he might still be thinking about that. Because people want
84.
Group B, don't they? Because there's 3 spots available for Saturday night instead of 2 in this group. If he's still stewing on that,
43.
then that can be categorised as not moving on quick enough.
But it's also part of a problem.
59.
Now, I don't quite know exactly what Rusty Jake's arrangements are, but considering he would have travelled last minute over because he got the late call-up, there's a possibility that he's staying on his own, or he may be quite isolated over the course of this week. And so when you do have that time to yourself, and particularly when you've got a long time, like 24 hours
63.
between last game yesterday and first game today, that you're at one with your thoughts, and if they keep trickling around, then it's just going to play in your mind and play in your mind.
He's played
41.
at a high level for 6-7 years. He knows this is a lonely sport. When you get up on that hockey, you're on your own.
95. Joshua Carr, 140.
But if you're on your own afterwards as well, that can be a toxic thing. Just go high on this dart.
100.
Just
Joshua
about
Carr,
high enough.
100.
Needs to find a helmet. Oh, no. The worst possible dart
28.
he could have found.
Joshua Carr, 40.
And so Josh Carter's going to come back for tots to beat Rusty Jake Rodriguez. And it would leave the Austrian bottom of the pile. Tops it is. Now double 10. For morale boosting win for Josh Carter. He gets the better of Rusty Jake Rodriguez by 4-2. Gets his first win on the board. There was some encouraging signs in that match for Josh Carter. That's the tail of the tape. Coming up after the break, Scott Baker against Chris Hertz. And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Josh Carter got the better of Rusty Jake Rodriguez by 4-2, averaging 81.14, 4 from 10 on his doubles. A good performance, that for him, getting a morale-boosting win on the board. Right, next up for us, Chris Hertz and Scott Baker go toe-to-toe on this famous and fabled stage. Both players winning, well, Scott Baker winning both his matches, Chris Hertz winning one and losing one so far today. And Baker and Finess have already established themselves as the two men to be prized apart as far as this group is concerned. And Chris Hurds will, even at this early juncture of the group, will target this as a real key battle.
100.
Someone's got to try and stop Baker and Finess. Because if they don't, and one of them finishes on 10 points
59.
at the end of the day, compared to the other one on 8, everybody else has got a huge problem
60.
for the rest of the group. It's that simple. I said at the top of the show, there was a real risk of this happening. Someone's got to step
100.
up. Who could it be? The fact that Rusty Jake is at the bottom of the table suggests that
53.
maybe today is not his day. Could someone like Chris ignite their chances by doubling their points tally at the expense of the mod?
82.
And it would lead to that position of table separation.
40.
I'm not really sure how we got that third dart in, but well done. We've seen some real darting trickery this week.
30.
And his reward
Fisher car
is a finish of 160 and 2 visits in the bank. He does need the second one after all.
100.
And he's one of those players who likes to go wandering on dart 3.
135.
Doesn't want to go wandering
Fisher car
here.
60.
Baker's kept him honest. Open bed at double 10. Isn't seized upon.
40.
And Baker could seize
Shot card
upon the
83.
opportunity that's been presented to him now. This is the save throw. Going to be one dart at the ball, which goes wide of the
49.
mark. And so
Fisher car
Hurds
20.
returns for double 10 to get the break.
This cannot keep happening. Not again,
score.
he's thinking.
Scott car
After missing
34.
22 darts at a double in his previous match.
Game shot on the first
That's
leg,
how you
Scott
do
Baker.
it. And Hurds let that slip. That cannot be denied.
Second leg, Chris to throw first. Game on.
Would you like to hear something really interesting that happened on this darting day back in...
26.
I've got a lot of things I could talk about today. Let's try 2015, shall we?
Okay.
I
59.
mean, I could have gone all the way back to 1993 when Ronnie Baxter won the Welsh Open over Dave Fallis. But we'll talk about this
100.
in a drip-fed manner. But I want to talk about something that happened on this day in 2015
140.
that would subsequently never happen again. Now that I've got your attention,
60.
it was Players' Championship 9 when Gary Anderson played Phil Taylor
58.
in Crawley, just down the road in West Sussex at the K2 Leisure Centre. You might think that's just a Pro Tour event. They happen all the time.
100.
Oh, Phil Taylor won 6-4. But that would be the last Players' Championship he would ever win.
100.
And think to yourself for a moment, I wonder how many of those he won, because he won a lot of PDC titles.
85.
I'm going to let you guys
144.
guess, without Googling it, how many Players' Championships did Phil Taylor win in his
100.
career?
Fisher car 130.
Tungsten teaser time with Paul Nicholson. It's not going to be the 130 time for Hurds. And so Baker's going to return for 44
36.
for
Scott the car
a
44.
2-zip lead. He'll also have the breaker throw in his leisure as well. It's double 16.
28.
It's not
Fisher
2-0
car
yet. It
94.
may not be 2-0 at all. If Hurds can find something makeable on the 94. Tots for double 18.
76.
Not to be
Scott
for the
Carr,
Welshman.
16.
And so Baker's going to have 3 more in his hand. The story of his game against Josh
Game shot on
Carter
the
was the
second
fact
leg,
that he
Scott
needed a
Baker.
couple of chances to get over the line. And over the line he is. And 2-0 to the good he is.
Third leg, Scott
With the
to throw
breaker
first.
throw in
Game on.
suit.
Today so far, Scott is playing decent darts. And he's playing opponents who are not punishing him. He is floating around this stage, basically saying to everybody else, if you don't want it, I'll have it.
131.
Any ideas how many Players' Championships Phil Taylor's won then? Do you want to have a stab at it?
140.
I'm going to say 13.
So you think that Phil Taylor
In
has...
terms of just Players' Championship, not like before the predecessor tournament.
Oh, no, just Players' Championship events.
Because he never played a vast amount of Players' Championship
41.
stuff. Which is why my tally would be a little bit lower than what a lot of people would expect.
So I want to give you a little bit of perspective here. After that 180 from Hurds. Brendan Dolan, the winner of the most recent one, has won 10.
60. Chris Khan, 90.
We'll come back to it. Because
Game
that
shot
is
on
how
the
you
third
do
leg.
it.
Chris Hurds.
It's amazing what happens. You miss a bucket full of darts at double, and then you find an 11
Ball by
darter.
Chris to throw first.
This game
on.
can be infuriating. Okay, so we have some guesses from our fans in the live chat.
76.
Someone has said 78. Someone has said 38. Someone has said 14, which is very
100.
close to your guess. Are you sticking with 13?
I'm going to go a bit higher. But I'm not going to go much higher. I'm going to
80.
go 22 Players' Championships.
That's quite a change. Well, you were almost halfway there.
68.
45. Think about that for a minute. 45 Players' Championship titles and the other stuff. Quite incredible. But yeah, he won his last one on this day in 2015.
121.
And that's 45 out playing in a large amount, which is why I put my answer low, because he didn't have to play in that sort of stuff as much, because when you're picking up every single TV
134.
major trophy that's within your sight, you don't have to be digging around the K2 and Crawley picking up ranking points, mate.
Middle of that sentence, did you just try and turn into an Australian?
51.
Now, 151. Scott Baker might be seeing this better effort from Hurds all of a sudden and might have to kick into gear.
112.
How many gears does a Vespa have? Or a Lambretta? I'm not sure which one he's got, actually.
60. Chris Khan,
Well,
32.
currently, it's been in second gear all day, but it may have to shift through it in a second or two, because Hurds
Game
levels
shot on
up
the
at
fourth leg, Chris
2-2.
Hurds.
And now we have a bit of a contest on our hands.
Fifth leg Scott to throw first. Game on.
It looked so comfortable for the mod, who had spurned opportunities for a free zip advantage. And now we are back
60.
at parity. We're back at Desmond. It's 2-2.
Somebody is getting their act together. And his name is Chris.
60.
Might be about to throw the spanner in the works in this group, because he's averaging a good 12 points more than Scott is right now.
140.
Who had a 2-0 lead and it's evaporated. And for the first time here on Thursday, he's having to
100.
work hard to get towards the finishing line.
Well, it shouldn't be a surprise, because Chris Hurds has the highest average of the day, 82,
100.
against Rusty Jake Rodriguez.
Now, just to paint the picture as well, we've had 3 averages of over 90 this week.
140. Chris Khan, 121.
And they all came on Monday. Double 14. Somebody's
Game shot on
cooking
the
now.
fifth
That's a
leg.
12 darter. We might just get our 4th 90
Six
plus
leg Chris
average
to throw
now.
First. Game on.
11 darter, 12 darter. This is a proper performance.
140.
Maybe there was an early estimation of Chris Hurds. No underestimating that visit. The perfect visit for the mod. Now this really is turning into a tungsten jewel to behold. It's possibly the crown jewel of the week.
60.
As this game goes on, Chris has improved and improved again.
76.
Match-winning opportunity for another 12-dart leg,
140.
which would give us one of the best performances of this week.
It's not going to go on this occasion. Baker returns to the 1-2-1 to take us all the way. Hurd sat on a single to double combo. This is necessary, and it was almost taken by the mod, and so Hurd will come back with 2 darts in hand, a double 16 to seal a 4-2 win, and a real flurry towards the line. The last 2 legs won in 26 darts, the average 92.75. It's one of the highest averages we've seen this week. One of the performances of the week from Chris Hurd as he beat Scott Baker by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, Ryan Finess and Dennis van der Ende. Welcome back to the stunning live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. And before the break, we saw Chris Hurd put in the performance of the day so far, getting the better of Scott Baker by 4 legs to 2, an average of 92.75, 4 from 11 on his doubles, 1-2-1 checkout in there as well. Scott Baker actually put in the highest performance of the day prior to that 92 and still lost. This next game is the final match from our 3rd round of fixtures, and it sees Dennis van der Ende and Ryan Finess go toe-to-toe on the hockey. Finess, who's won 2 from 2 and has dropped just a couple of legs in doing so, takes on van der Ende, who beat Chris Hurd last time out, but lost his first game to Scott Baker by 4 legs to 0. Finess now has a real opportunity
100.
to put himself clear in the table. However, he must be careful, because if Dennis picks the points up here, we'll have a 4-way tie at the top of the table on 4 points after 3 games.
81.
What could have seen 2 players stretching their legs in round 3 has seen the possibility of what you've just said, Henry. We could have a bunched up group all of a sudden.
100.
And that's exactly what Rusty Jake Rodriguez wants. Because if Dennis beats Ryan, The pointless Rodriguez
21.
will still be in touch at the end of the day if he wins his last 2 matches against Baker and Dennis himself.
59.
That's him using his get out of jail free card, but it's not in his power. It's up to Ryan to pass go and get his 200 quid.
134.
Well, Finess kind of knows in this particular scenario that he can kind of put the group in his own hands, even at this early stage. If he can win here, he'll put up a 2-point buffer on a few and then a massive gap on those thereafter. He can then make a real assault in his final couple of matches of the day, and he almost had a free hit in one of his last 2 where he could probably afford to drop one of the 2 matches right at the very end and possibly still be top of the pile. However,
68. Around your car, 142.
Missed start for a 15 darter there for Dennis. Every match that Ryan has played so far today,
57.
he started quite
13.
well. But he could be behind. And
On the
is.
first leg, Dennis van der Ende.
Let's be realistic here, shall we? After what
Second
we've
leg,
seen the
Dennis
last
to
3
first.
and
Game
a
on.
bit days. How many of you out there are thinking that Dennis is going to make Saturday? I'm being honest. Not many.
140.
But if he does, we should be the first to congratulate him. Because Group A at times was hard work. And it just goes to show what winning a game or 2 early in a campaign can
24.
do. You feel like you belong in the group, like you're part of the fight, instead of watching from the stands.
140.
That's probably how Dennis feels at the minute. Having said that, we're all going to be watching on Saturday night after the darts is finished
60.
to see who the undisputed heavyweight champion is. Are you going for Fury or Usyk?
good question, Nico.
81.
Can I tap out and bring in Chris Mason for a minute?
No, I asked you.
Suppose that was part of the question, wasn't it?
Yeah.
97. Run your car.
Why is it every time I ask
140.
you a question, you sit on the fence?
Can you tell that I did politics as an A-level?
60.
That tells me more than you think. That tells me an awful lot. Well, 140's got my vote.
100.
But unfortunately,
Run your car 80.
it's a somewhat hung visit. As Finess goes for the equaliser on 80. He doesn't need a treble. He just needs that thing at the top of the board.
40. Dennis your car 80.
And there's an opportunity to open up a 2-leg lead. However, that was precarious.
60. Run your car
You okay,
40.
Paul?
Well, quite frankly, for a moment I thought, is he going to try the small 20 like Andy Hamilton does?
Game shot on the
But I'm
second
not
leg.
sure he
Ryan
did
Finess.
that. I think that was a drastic pull. And it could have
Third leg
easily
trying
hit
to
the
throw
treble
first.
20 and bust
Game
the
on.
shot. But it so happens that he has lost the leg anyway, so let's move swiftly on. And that's something else a politician would say.
Just to confirm, there isn't
59.
a spider in the commentary box that suddenly took Paul Nicholson by surprise. It was that second dart from Dennis.
Yeah, we've seen a few darts like that this week.
82.
Particularly when Josh Carter had 17 left and hit treble 5 double 1 after a single 17. That is still the strangest
100.
34 checkout I've ever seen. But not the strangest finish of the week. That belongs to Rusty Jake Rodriguez.
96.
Double 3, 3 double 3.
$97.
Finess just being made to work for it here. He's had quite serene progress in matches 1 and 2, but it's fair to say that in those matches he didn't really have much coming back at him. But Dennis is
140.
throwing something surmountable back at him. His average 86.5 so far.
Yeah, it's pretty useful. And when you
41.
grade that compared to Ryan's 2 performances so far, which were very, very tight, at 81 and change, 86 might just be good enough
95.
to get a result.
He's 88, Dennis, to break the Finess throw. Needs to find something makeable here, does the Salty Man. Needs a treble about now.
45.
Well, he hasn't even left
88.
himself on a finish. He's left himself on the biggest bogey of the lot. Or the smallest bogey of the lot.
52.
Double 18 upon his return. Finess can only set up. He will be devastated he hasn't left an out here.
I'm just trying to figure out at the minute whether Ryan has changed
43.
his stems.
Dennis Yukar, 36.
I don't know whether it's just me, but they look a little shorter. Has he gone from a medium to an intermediate?
27.
Or is he about to go
Yukar,
2-1 up?
116.
And he could have been that score down. I'm positive they're smaller than earlier, you know. My eyes don't usually deceive me.
100. Dennis Yukar,
Well, here's
9.
one for the social media team. Dennis van der Ende could be about to hit 9. Double 2 for a 9.
Game shot on
Dennis
the
van
third
der
leg.
Ende
Dennis
hits
van
the
der Ende.
9. He breaks the throw. He goes 2-1 up.
Fourth leg, Dennis to throw first. Game on.
Do you know what, Henry? I'm getting a bit infuriated now. You still haven't answered me. Honestly, if somebody proposed to you, you'd say, you know what, I'll get back to you next year.
99.
Usyk or Fury?
Well, the good thing about the first question is that's not happening anytime soon. And secondly, I'm going to go Fury
140.
points.
Fury on points, okay. I'm going for the draw.
Hold on. So you've asked me so long for that question, then you're going to
41.
sit on the fence and say draw?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a drawn fight. I think it'll be close. Both excellent boxers. They're going to box each other's lugs off.
140.
And I think it will be a draw. I think there'll be a second one in about 6 months. And if that happens, don't you worry. I will put it in the
43.
YouTube chat next week. Because I'll be watching Champions Week just like everybody else. Because I want to see who wins this series.
60.
What kind of level are we going to need from players to win next week? Now, if Bo Greaves turns up and does what she does,
86. Ryan Yukar, 161.
averaging 93 for her week when she won, well, wouldn't that be something? But there are many things to talk about when it comes to Bo.
43.
She has won every single game she's played. 8 games in Group B, 4 on the
57.
Saturday night.
Ryan
That's
Yukar,
12 in a row. She could go for the
118.
streak record of 17. Will she be stopped? Will Ryan Finess go for double 19? I don't think he's going to do it.
86.
I like that play.
Yeah, the record's 17, so she does the card on day 1. She'll be equal with Daryl Poole, who actually did that
100.
feat at a Champions
Ryan Yukar,
Week back in
52.
Series 5.
He beat the previous record by 1 match, which was previously held by a Mr. McEwen.
No score.
Oh, no.
Dennis Yukar, 75.
There's trouble a brewing here because Dennis is looking for 3-1. Double 12.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
It
Dennis
doesn't get
van
much
der
better
Ende.
than that. That's a wonderful finish from Dennis. A man who has not shown
Fifth leg,
much
Ryan to
emotion
throw
this week,
first.
but even he,
Game on.
who grasped that double 12 out the board, is getting a bit hot under the collar, and in a good way.
Is he just beginning to believe Dennis
80.
van der Ende? Are we just beginning to see something emerge? Are we going to see an upset emerge?
100.
Well, he has won a game today. Is it really an upset? Based on form and the way that he's performed compared to Ryan here
93.
in previous weeks and previous series, it could be construed as an upset. But the averages have both gone below 80 now, which has happened an
57.
awful lot this week.
$60.
If someone doesn't step up in the next few days I've got to be honest again. I don't think our series winner is going to come from this week.
5.
I see more potent threats coming from previous weeks. Like Tian, like Greaves, like Robinson, like Ruse, Duff.
100.
They've all played better than this.
Yeah, but let me give you a bit of X factor, Nico. Because if Bolton makes it through this week,
42.
he has got vengeance with Champions Week on his mind, because he has never made it through to a Champions Night. And for a player of his capability and his caliber,
100.
he knows that's the type of thing that he should be doing. That's the type of place where he feels his game belongs.
134.
The winner of the week could well, in fact, come from Group B. The winner of this leg is not going to happen in that visit. That is a bust shot. And Dennis, silly Dennis, has left a bogey number again.
As they'd say in Coronation Street, oh, Dennis.
57. Run your car, 68.
I'll have to take your word for that. Take 2 on 68. That's how you do it.
Fifth leg, Ryan Finess.
That'll bring a smile to his face.
6 leg, Dennis to throw first.
The perfect riposte. Almost reminds me of something that Phil Taylor did against Aidan Kirk at the UK Open at Butlins.
96.
He bust 130 twice in a row by hitting double 12 on the double 5 effort. So after lauding the
41.
power after his 45 Players' Championship wins, he wasn't perfect. He did do some things wrong.
100.
Yeah, he let players win the odd game here and there, the odd semi-final here and there.
I don't think he let anybody win.
180.
There's the nibble. There's the max.
$98.
You just get to the other side of the room. I'm going to get a restraining order on you and say it's got to be at least 6 feet.
60.
Well, Finesse is the maximum away from a double, which would take us all the way. But it's not up to him at the minute.
96.
Dennis van der Ende has got the cricket stump shot. 3 little stumps.
100.
3 little darts. If they're all in the right
11.
place, he wins.
Treble 17 with the left tops, and so Finesse 120 to stay in the match, and he's
79.
going to have to take it out with
Round your car,
Van der Ende
120.
sat on a double. Match saver. May consider bull here. Worked her way around, and that bed was blocked. And I think bull was the better play in that
65.
scenario. Van der Ende double
52.
16 to end the match. Is that a nice guide? Oh, double 8. This won't be pretty. It's not
16.
pretty at all.
Round your car, 55.
He might pay the penalty for that. This has not been a classic performance from Ryan. It's been a bit iffy. But he's still in with a shout of a 3rd consecutive win. This leg is very, very important.
7th final leg,
In
Ryan
fact,
to throw
most
first.
important for someone who is not on the stage. Rusty Jake Rodriguez wants Dennis to break the throw here. Because he wants
100.
a 4-point gap between bottom and top, not a 6-point gap.
However, you could also
96.
argue the other point that if Ryan Finesse goes through the card, then he'll be restricted to playing for P2, but in that scenario, everybody else has dropped points around him.
140.
I think it's a little early to say that you want someone to dominate the group. You'd still like everybody in your sights.
58.
However, if Ryan was to win, then that would change his mind. And him winning looks more likely now. Just how costly were those 3 match darts for Dennis?
Well, Finesse's
96.
quality has shone
Round
through when it's
81.
mattered the most. He's on 81 after 9 in the last leg decider. His hopes were in turmoil at one point.
41.
But he is going to come back for 3 darts at tops upon his return.
His doubles have been okay in this match. 3 hits from 10.
60.
But he would
Round your
take
car, 40.
4 hits from anything.
Getting shot on the
And it's a
match, Ryan Finess.
13 darter to get over the line. And Ryan Finess beats Dennis van der Ende by 4 legs to 3. 82.29 his average. We know exactly where his basis of play is right now. Sprinting straight back down the Yorkie, straight back down into the practice room. It's all business for Finess. It's perfect from Finess so far. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Rusty Jake Rodriguez takes on Scott Baker.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 3 rounds of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon in Group C. This is what we've seen so far. It is a day dominated by the man from Salisbury, Ryan Finess. 3 wins from 3 for him so far. Getting the better of Dennis van der Ende in the last leg decider, coming back from behind to win 4-3. And so this is what it does then in terms of the table following the first 3 games. Finess, 6 points to his name. Baker and Hurds on 4. Van der Ende and Carter have a solitary win to their name, whilst Rusty Jake Rodriguez is without a point so far. Baker can join Finess on 6 points if he gets the better of Rusty Jake in what is our 10th game of the afternoon session. Remember, the top 2 make their way through to finals night here in Portsmouth. And for Baker, well, he lost out 4-2 to Chris Hurds in the previous match, but that performance from Chris in the previous round has put everybody in the group on notice as to what he can ascertain.
Very easy to say this is the biggest game of the group so far. But for Rusty, if he doesn't win this one, he's in real trouble. He could be
First leg,
staring
Richard Jakes, you
at a
first.
table that has
Game on.
Scott Baker on 6 points, himself on 0, and when he's playing against Dennis van der Ende, Ryan Finess could be on 8.
55.
So we have to go early and say this is a must-win game. He might have to win everything from here to get 14 points and out of this group. And based on how he's played today,
135.
that doesn't look likely. So what he needs to do is he needs to massage his inner Celtic. I've said that because of the
93.
colour on his shirt. And just try and be better than everybody else, because congratulations to Celtic, who beat Kilmarnock
100.
last night by a country mile in getting another Scottish League title. I think was it 54 they've got now?
Correct.
66.
Also, whilst we're here in one congratulatory mood, I do want to say congratulations to St Mirren for qualifying for the Europa Conference League. I have a friend that plays
55.
for St Mirren, and he's gone from playing in the Conference South to European football next season.
You are such a non-league football fan, aren't you? I mentioned someone
43.
winning the Scottish League, and you have to go really deep. As in, let's talk about a team that we've never heard of. We all know who St Mirren are, by the way. But congratulations to them.
I'll tell you what, if you want to delve down that rabbit hole, Enfield Town won promotion to the National League South for the first time in their history this season. So congratulations to them for winning the Isthmian League playoff
34.
final.
Scott DeCar 129.
I'm not going to go toe-to-toe with you on football. That's for sure. You are a bit of a
81.
stato, and it is quite impressive.
$60. Scott DeCar 48.
He's already in trouble. He could lose his throw in the very first leg. And he
Shot in the
has.
first leg, Scott Baker.
That's a really solid first leg from the mod. Do Tipton
Bring
have a
Scott
football
to through
team?
First.
Yes.
Who scored for them
Game
back in 1984 against whoever they played?
100.
Step too far.
Stumped you.
I'm sure, is it Tipton and Moultrie or something like that?
All right, I'll give you a good tester. Who was the manager, the new manager
42.
of Blythe Spartans?
Oh, this is fairly big name, isn't it? Fairly big name.
60.
Oh.
Enough of the sound effects, Henry.
114.
I don't mean to go full countdown, but I am going to give you 10 seconds.
Famous Newcastle player, wasn't it?
Did it, did it, diddle it, did
125.
do. Nobby Solano.
That's the name.
Former Villa, former Toon, and Toon legend. Funny enough,
100.
here's a little factoid for you. You might remember a left back for Newcastle called Olivier Bernard.
60.
He owns a pub in Blythe, the town where Dan Burn lives. Because that's the whole famous thing at the minute in Newcastle, because Dan Burn is from Blythe.
55. Scott DeCar 156.
We know where Scott's from. He is one of the best dart players in Tipton.
50.
But they do have a few, including Jamie Hughes.
$58. Scott DeCar 106.
2-0. And another 18 darter. He may just
98.
get a chance at double four.
58 car 132.
Rusty's got to find something, and it's got to be soon.
41. Scott DeCar 8.
He's in real trouble of being erased from this group
Game shot on
very
the second leg,
quickly.
Scott Baker.
And this standard of 18, 19 darts,
Third leg, Rusty Jake to throw first.
it's the kind of standard that we've seen from Ryan Finess all day, around about an 81, 82 average. It's beatable. But if you're playing poorly, it can feel like you're trying to beat 110 average.
Well, I got a little bit more on Tipton Town FC, the local team to
100.
Scott Baker. They play in the West Midlands Regional League, First Division, and played their last game on Tuesday night.
58.
They lost 2-1 away from home against Pelsall Villa Colts.
140.
I wonder if Scott knows that, because if you live in a small place or even a big place, you might not know a great deal about the local football team. You might be so focused on your own mission and your own hobbies, like
100.
making sure your hair looks like Paul Weller's, or making sure that you've got enough Mod Dart shirts and a freshly waxed Vespa.
140. Shot account 161.
This would be well polished, but he's got the wrong treble.
$85.
Still a very good turn.
Rusty 111.
Rusty this time. He needs something to happen, but again, that is not it.
Whatever's
79.
happening, or whatever Rusty's
Rusty
trying
76.
today, it is just not coming off.
Well, that's a bad first start. Still needs a treble to get to the outer ring. But he does get there.
56.
Close call
Rusty J car 32.
for RJR3. Double 8.
16.
Typifies
20.
his day. And the shoulders drop, and his chances might vanish. However, he's been given another life in leg 3.
17. Rusty J car 16.
Can he find it this time?
Getting shot on the
Yes,
third
he
leg.
can.
Rusty J Rodriguez.
Do you know why he's called RGR3? It's not just
Fourth leg
because
shot
it's
to
his
through
initials
first.
and he's the
Game
third
on.
child. But it may be a play on a former Washington Commanders quarterback called Robert
60.
Griffin III. And he was coined as RG3. Subsequently played for the Baltimore Ravens. And
57.
I will not do some sort of spitting motion on camera because I'm a Steeler and we don't like the Ravens.
140.
But it might be a play on that kind of thing. But there are many
41.
sports people over the years who have followed the path of their brothers, sisters, parents. He said it was the start of the PGA
125.
Championship today. Back in the late 90s, it was won at Winged Foot by Davis Love III. Glorious golfer.
100.
What a player.
Yeah, Valhalla this evening for the PGA Championship. That is not a nice course to
60.
play a major on at all.
Long, difficult, penalising. John Rahm saying overnight that a scratch golfer would
43.
struggle to break 80.
Shot car 116.
Speaking of breaking, it doesn't look
56.
likely that Rusty is going to break Scott in this leg.
So it's going to be 3-1 to the Tipton man. He'll move himself a leg away from
100.
a
Shot
third
car
win
60.
from 4. Tops is what he wants.
40.
Tops is not what he gets.
Rusty
Usually he's been
Jacobs
quite good when it comes to those
160.
types of combinations. In fact, his doubling has been quite delightful today. Rusty Jacobs already taken out a 160, but he's not going to do it for a second time here.
45. Scott car 20.
Scott's starting to lose his way on the outer ring. He's starting to wire them on the wrong side. Oh my, it's
shot.
happened 3
Rusty
times.
car 115.
Just the tonic for Rusty, this would be. We've obviously run out of tonic.
75. Scott car 20.
But now there's a necessity to take out the double 10.
Getting shot on the fourth
And
leg.
Baker
Scott
does
Baker.
exactly that. He leads 3-1. Here we go. Here's one more on Tipton
Fifth
Town
leg, Rusty
FC.
Jakes to throw
They
first.
played in the
Game on.
FA Cup first round back in 2010. They were drawn away from home against Carlisle United, and they lost 6-0, courtesy of 4 goals by Gary Medine.
41.
I don't mean to be really derogatory, but you make your way all the way to the
60.
first round of the FA Cup and you have to go to Carlisle. Cumbria is a wonderful county, by the way.
100.
I think people in Cumbria would actually agree that Carlisle is not one of the best parts of it.
97.
I remember when I worked in a previous job, at a football club. He'd won promotion to the National League. Our first game was Barrow away.
57.
Oh, Barrow and Finess.
Yes.
Just like, yeah. You know what I'm saying. Barrow and Ryan Finess. Very famous for shipbuilding and pipe welding
100.
and things like that. It's a bit of a trek though, isn't it?
$133.
So, the fish for Rusty Jake to stay in. He may get a couple of pokes at this.
60.
He is going to get a couple of pokes at this.
170.
Out of 170 finish was a type of fish.
56.
If it was a fish from Austria, it would have to be a river fish. Because it's a landlocked country.
45.
It'd have to be something like carp or pike. Now, this is now a match-winning
54.
opportunity for Scott, but it is a very big
139.
ask. 3 of them. Almost 3 of them. Had he got 3, he would have had a shot
91.
at tops to win this contest.
Car 60.
But this to save it, 2 at tops. Is that an inviting guide? Just
40.
dragged below, and so
Got a car,
Baker comes
48.
back, should get a couple in hand to set a 4-1 success. 2 at double 16. He only needs the 1, and Scott Baker moves on to 6 points in this group. He temporarily moves above Ryan Finess on legs difference. Rusty Jake Rodriguez is 4 defeats from 4. It's been a disastrous day for the Austrian. Scott Baker picking the points up, 4-1 the victor. Coming up after the break, Dennis van der Ende takes on Josh Carter.
right side. This is a Stephen Bunting area of the board.
Fantastic dart from Fallon Sherrick. Fantastic finish from Fallon Sherrick.
Generational talent, playing at the peak of her powers.
16. This is looking good, isn't it?
Yeah, starts on the 27th of May, Women's Week here at the Modus Super Series. Fallon Sherrick, Bo Grease, the two eye-catching names in Group A alongside the 10-time world champion Trina Gulliver. We have a two-time former world finalist Rhiannon O'Sullivan in there. We got Kirsty Vinakainen, top Finnish star alongside Katie Sheldon. Group B sees the super Swede Vicky Prum in action. She's won a couple of ADC titles this year alongside the two Lorraines, Hyde and Winstanley. Group C sees Natalie Gilbert and Dieter Hedman alongside one of our own in Laura Turner. The action begins on Monday, May the 27th, 9:30 a.m. exclusively live on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. It's going to be a great showcase for the women's game. We know that Bo Grease could be playing at Champions Week. She could win Champions Week next week and then win Women's Week the week after. It's a possibility.
It's a very distinct possibility. Because can you see anybody stopping her? I'm just going to leave that in the ether for now. As far as these two are concerned, it's a bit of an uphill battle. Josh is in 5th position in the table. Dennis is in 4th. They both have 2 points. One is about to join Chris Hurds on 4, but he's got a game in hand against Ryan Finess. Next,
game on.
Who's going to win this one then? So far this week, Josh has won the first 2 meetings, but Dennis got his own
42.
back yesterday. By the way, with Women's Week coming up in a couple of weeks, what I can tell you is that 2
60.
players who are involved in that week have won a tournament on this darting day. One is Trina Gulliver, when she won the Welsh Open back in 2010, beating Karen
60.
Ten-Kate 4-3 in the final. And back in 1993, Dieter Hedman won the Welsh
81.
Open Women's Tournament, beating the late great Sandra Greatbatch in the final. I wonder what Sandra would
81.
think of Women's Week. Because I think there are, and this is something that
59.
will probably be talked about by our commentary team that week. Are there people from the women's game who have almost been forgotten? I think
140.
Sandra Greatbatch is one of them, as well as Mandy Solomons. They are 2 of the legends of the ladies' game of the last 50 years
26.
and deserve a bit of a hat tip when we have our Women's Week, in my opinion.
Frances Hunselaar, great Dutch player. Stacey Bomberg, the one and only PDC Women's
74.
World Champion.
Yep, and the lady that she beat, Trisha Wright. All greats. All fab ladies.
That was played before
60.
the match play final,
Dennis
wasn't it,
Yukar,
that year?
104.
It was. Treble 20 for double 12 for Dennis.
56.
He does give very little away, doesn't he? He's had one expression all week.
47.
He's like
Dennis Yukar,
Maverick.
48.
It's the only look he's got.
Dennis are going to give away the look of the Tungsten Terminator here. But he
16.
can't terminate the first leg just yet.
$81. Dennis Yukar, 32.
I'm just going to gloss over the fact that another bogey number was left. Let's look at 32. Well, how does he hit this? Top bins?
No score. Josh Yukar, 87.
Turns out you can leave a bogey number and still get a chance. Big number. Oh, okay.
77.
Almost gets 2 slim
Dennis
ones.
Yukar, 32.
Could have pinched the first leg.
Van der Ende cannot afford to mess about any longer, but that's not found a way in, incredibly.
16.
Well, that's second time winning the 16.
Amazing that he has not won this leg yet. He could even lose it. And he has lost it.
Leg, Josh Carter.
I think Josh's expression there tells you everything you need to know.
First. Game on.
He is still wondering how he has won that leg. That was the equivalent of playing
96.
Trivial Pursuit, being asked a geography question, you give an answer in history, and you still get the cheese.
100.
You haven't been to one of our Monday night quiz nights then, have you? When you accidentally press the wrong letter or guess the wrong letter, but still get the
26.
points.
I did that wrong once, and I felt really bad for it. Although it didn't cost us, because we still won.
16.
Can you hear that, Bragg?
Oh, yeah. Feel it. We had a great team. I think I might have got 2 or 3 good answers that night, but it was not about me. It was about the team, and there's
79.
no I in team. And there's not 3 darts on the board there, again, for Josh.
$41.
Scorelines this week of this fixture.
134.
Doesn't need a great deal of explaining, really. Every single game has gone 4-3. And you might wonder sometimes why that's the
96.
case. You don't need to be CSI Portsmouth to figure out why they've had 7 legs every
98.
match. It's because they're very evenly matched. Their weekly numbers tell you that. Their weekly percentages tell you that. On the doubles.
58. Joshua Carr, 68.
As for today, nothing much has changed. That's a big miss.
28.
Needed a single 12 there. However, he's not going to be punished for that big single miss.
And so back for tops for
60.
2-0 lead,
Joshua
and is
Carr,
Dennis
40.
still reeling over those 8 missed doubles to win leg 1. Double 10. He's been quite good on this today, is Josh. We had a glance over to the scoreboard.
30.
Pitch is above
Dennis
the
Carr,
double 5.
130.
And well, this would be totally ironic after the last leg. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? It's a bit too
Games
ironic.
on the second leg.
He
Dennis
couldn't find a
Ende.
double to win leg 1, and now he pins the 130 to win leg 2.
Third leg, Dennis to throw first. Game on.
That is the biggest reaction we've seen from Dennis all week. And it's the kind of reaction you get when you wake up in the morning, look out the window and see it's raining.
40.
He's just a very typically un-Dutch player, because a lot of them are very
79.
outward with their emotion, particularly Johan Brouwer, who is going to go up against some very interesting players later. I'll be fascinated to see how he gets on.
I can't wait for him against Crabtree.
100.
Cannot wait for that game.
Well, you're going to have to. It's not until after 10 o'clock.
Why? Why do I have to wait?
Because I told you
43.
to.
Not fair.
140.
Josh Carter might think it's not fair that most of his darts are falling out the board. But I remember vividly a few years ago,
95.
it was when Jamie Hughes won the Czech Darts Open in Prague. There was a player there called Kevin Garcia, and he's played here. Kevin's a lovely chap.
43.
He had 13 darts fall out the board in one match. We still think that is a Euro Tour record.
60.
But I have genuinely lost count of how many rejections Josh has had. And if you microscopically look at his action,
58.
it's because the darts travel very slowly. And if those darts do not grab the sisal with enough speed and they hit a flight, they're going to end up on the carpet.
44.
If we were to speak to someone from his local area, they'd probably tell us, oh, that happens all the time.
Is this going to happen for Dennis? It could be back-to-back ton plus outs, but this is going to be a very awkward dart at tops. Oh, what a find.
Dennis van der Ende.
He wouldn't have seen much of that because the first two would have been in the way. But back-to-back
Josh
top
to
plus
third,
finishes
game on.
has turned the tungsten tide in Dennis's favour.
Now, there's a wave you don't want to ride on a surfboard.
30.
A tungsten tide. If you do, stay on the board. Don't fall in. It would hurt.
44.
We've had a few people trying to posture for next week.
135.
Trying to make predictions for Champions Week. Alan Green has said he fancies Harrison or Reece Robinson. Not bad picks.
40.
I somewhat agree with you, Alan. If nobody can stop Bo Greaves, obviously she'll win. But you have to look at the likely candidates. And
40.
a lot of people think Harrison's going to have a very decent week.
And of course, you've got a couple of outside
25.
winners. The likes of Andy Davidson, who won at odds of 33 to 1. He's not the first outsider to go on and win a week here at the
139.
Super Series. We've seen some outsiders make their way into Champions Week in the past. Last series, we saw Tom Sykes really emerge
57.
from nowhere.
Joshua Carr, 157.
Adam Mould. Nobody knew much about him until the start of last year, and then
85.
it feels like he's been the ADC ranked #1 player ever since.
Moreno Michels was an outsider. And of course, Patrick van den Boogaard came from 40 to 1
93.
to
Joshua
win
Carr,
his week.
72.
You've been itching to say that name all day, haven't you? Nice recovery. He's just checking to see if he has got double six.
Game
He
shot
has
on the
got double
fourth leg.
six.
Josh Carter.
I think we're going to go the distance again in this fixture.
Fifth leg, Dennis to throw first. Game on.
Who can forget that week? Paul Hinks basically made that name his own, didn't he?
Talk about anglicising a name and taking it to the next level.
80.
I applaud it. And you know what? We could sit here and mispronounce Patrick's second name.
41.
But when he came back, he embraced it. And that says something about Patrick. Fabulous chap.
59.
Yeah, real good guy. Never really got the proper opportunity at Champions League. You may remember he had some travel issues making his way into the building for the Champions League. And so
96.
literally arrived with literally his luggage in situ. Literally had his luggage on him.
All right, all right. Like a dog with a bone.
39.
Just like these players have got to be. Get the bone and keep it.
42.
Well, it's been like playing fetch with these two players. They've had to fetch a load of darts off the floor.
56.
Here's the thing that worries me a little bit. It's been happening all week.
42.
And there are things you can do to change it. You can throw just a little bit harder to give it some purpose. You can change the weighting of the dart by putting something on the end of a flight,
97.
maybe. Josh hasn't changed a thing, which tells me that this is just part of his game.
32.
If you want to
Dennis McCall,
improve,
170.
you want to reach that next level, you've got to make sure that 3 darts are in the board 99.999% of the time.
25.
Carter needs a treble here.
60. Dennis McCall,
Can't find it. So 6 and 145 here for Dennis.
Should go 25 on dart 2 to trim it down to a 2-darter. That's very intelligent.
50.
And all of that good work has been undone because he's still on something awkward. Had he just hit a small 20 or a big 20, this would be 2 singles
44.
to a double.
Dennis McCall, 95.
Now he's still got to find a treble. He's not going to find it with dart 1 or dart 2. So he has to rely on Josh missing
55.
this, which, based on this week, he probably will miss. And on this occasion, he does.
Dennis has got to think now, right, step in, take it, no fuss.
88. Dennis Yakar, 40.
Easier said than done.
Tops. Now double 10. Carter lurking on 56. And he's going to get a look at it. Because
Joshua
why?
Gale, 56.
There was another bounce out.
And that slap you heard was his flight hitting a previous flight and a previous barrel as well. Double top for an unlikely break. Double 10
46.
has been
Dennis
a
Yakar,
bit of a
20.
friend this week, but not in this turn. Let's see if it can be a friend to Dennis.
Game shot
As
on
he
the
takes a
fifth leg.
3-2
Dennis
lead,
van
looking
Ende.
to level things up for the week. If he gets one more leg, it will be 2-2 after
Six-leg
4
Josh
days
to
of
throw
action.
First. Game on. $57.
Who do you expect to really kick on tonight, Nico?
In Group B,
Yes.
57.
Bolton will qualify. I might as well put it on a T-shirt. I've got no doubts at all.
26.
Crabtree, I'm 95% there. I still think he gets there. I'm fascinated to see Keelan play.
Agreed.
Really, really want to see
134.
Keelan play. However, Mernon is a better player at night. And Brower, he could be the Mentos and the Diet Coke a little bit later. He could really cause problems. I'm fascinated by it. But I think
100.
the key aspect that helps everybody play Johan later is that they've seen him play this week. They know what to expect.
98.
But I think he's going to take on beasts that are going to give it back to him as well. Bolton isn't afraid of a bit of a battle if he's got to get in boiled. Crabtree has actually shown in the past that he
100.
can give it a bit of gumption.
I wouldn't do that, though. I'd let him do his own thing. I'd stay quiet and I wouldn't fuel him.
119. Dennis Yakar, 110.
Great darts from Josh. Good switching there. But the match destiny is in Dennis's hands.
This would be for a third ton-topping finish of the
78.
match.
Joshua Carr,
Oh, he may go
61.
to a decider here.
Again. 49 left. Now tops. For a fourth consecutive 4-3 between these.
Game shot on the
And we're
sixth
going the
leg, Josh
distance
Carter.
again. We've had 27
Semi-final
darts
leg,
at a
Dennis
double
to throw first.
in this match
Game
with
on.
6 hits.
$56.
Who's the favourite at this point? Dennis has had a match dart, but we know that from his previous game against Finesse, where he had 3 match darts, he didn't recover from
41.
that. He missed 3 darts in the bottom left corner, and then he was brushed out of the game. If Josh can do that,
40.
it'll be he who will have 4 points with 1 match remaining. And his last game is against
86.
Chris Hurds in game 15.
Well, it's the only game that it's the only thing that matters now is the points on the board. It's the only thing that matters now.
44.
Nothing else is going to make any difference to either of these two players.
46.
Someone's got to impose themselves in this last leg. 9 darts thrown.
60.
What you really need to do at this level is break 300. At least. Pro level darts, which is a little bit of a step up from this. Where you want to be after 9 darts in any leg is on 161. So
42.
at this level, what I can say, honestly, is if you're not on 241 after 9, you're lagging.
82.
This just looks like two really tired players that are just going through it at the moment.
Here's the thing. They're both in
59.
contention. The adrenaline should kick in. If you haven't got any at this stage, create some. Clench your fist. Do a Johan
81.
Brouwer if you need to. Get yourself to the finish first, which is exactly what Dennis has done.
But under what pressure?
100. Dennis, your car 138.
Could win it on a 1-2-7 and gain, Josh Carter.
58. Joshua Carr 127.
Can't help but smile when he does that. He's not going to give him the signature shot.
59.
This is the shot that Dennis could have left himself in the previous leg. Now that he's got it, it could be another match dart.
Tops.
41. Joshua Carr 68.
Doesn't go.
He can't seriously pinch this leg again, can he? There's the 8. He's not got the big number, and Dennis can come back
28.
for a third
Dennis
opportunity
Carr,
to win
39.
another 4-3 against Josh Carter.
To get over the line in the end. Double 16. Well, it's going to have to be double 12 now.
15.
Doesn't go.
Joshua Carr,
And so
40.
Josh to win the match, it would move him on to 4 points, keeps him afloat, keeps him in play.
He cannot believe he's still in this match.
It looks like he's thankful for the opportunity as opposed to grasping it, but he will
James on the match,
grasp it there. He wins 4-3 against Dennis van der Ende. It moves him on to 4 points in the group. Well, Josh is still in the equation, and after the break, we're going to watch Chris Hurds and Ryan Finess go toe-to-toe.
Thank you for your continued company here on Thursday afternoon as we are Trying to find out who will pitch their tent the best over the next few games going into day 2 of Group C. Ryan Finess has done a very good job so far, and this is his game in hand on the chasing pack. However, he's not in the top spot at the minute because he has been overtaken by Scott Baker. Chris Hurds is just behind Ryan in the table at the minute by 2 points. But if Ryan wins again, he will be undefeated going into the last round, where he will play Scott Baker. We thought there was a possibility that maybe they'd play each other and both would be undefeated. But that's not the case. And already, Henry Dickon, Ryan has been given a bit of a red flag at the start of this one from Chris.
Well, Chris Hurds has been playing, well, some of the best stuff today, but hasn't been given the opportunity to let it go on the radar. 82 average in game 1 against Rusty Jake Rodriguez. Okay, he lost out to Dennis van der Ende in match 2, but then posted a average of 92.75 in beating 59. Scott Baker by 4 legs to 2. And so if he can win this game, well, everything will be quite tight to the top of the table. 3 players 95. On 6 points, and Josh Carter just rearing in the periphery on 4, and he takes on Chris Hurds in the last game of the session.
That 92.75 average for Hurds is the best average in a game today by 9 points.
94.
And the 9 points was by his opponent in that game, Scott Baker.
Yeah, well said. But he has continued where he left off.
140.
He's had a nice little break between that game and this one. But it hasn't stopped him from continuing what he was doing. 14 darter, a nice little tonic is Chris Hurds. I'm not going to sit here and say the last game was brilliant. It wasn't. However, now that Carter's on 4 points, he is only 2 points behind top spot.
Well, it goes back to what we were speaking about earlier on in the week. It doesn't matter what your average is. If you got the same amount of points on the board, there's the same amount of points on the board whether you average 72 or 102. Well, Brandon Redstone last week. Great example. His average for the day was below 70, yet he was 100. On 6 points.
You do that on Saturday night, if you make it, you won't win.
Well, you won't win the raffle, let alone a leg.
You know what you're going to get from Andy Bolton, that's the thing.
60.
His bad game, I think, is 80. I said that about Ryan earlier. What has he done today? 81, 81,
100,
82. This range that we talk about from top average to low average, honestly, the difference of 85. High to low for Ryan today has been minuscule. You couldn't even fit the thickness of a piece of paper in it. It's been that tight. It may not be his best level of stuff, but boy, has he been consistent.
82.
We know what we're going to get.
And it is a level that can beat a lot of players in this group. That was my point.
You'd expect as well, if he gets through to Saturday, to the level 2 be higher. This 2 level up at 1 apiece. Double-double, no, goes upstairs for that double-double.
55. Chris Carr, 67.
Which double? This one.
35. Daniel Carr, 40.
The pain says it all, because he could lose the leg now. And he does.
On the second leg, Ryan Finess.
That Hampshire County player has just equalised.
Third leg, Chris to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Ryan Finess, part of a star-studded
100
Hampshire A team and B team. They've got a lot of big names in their squad. Adam Lipscomb, Aaron Monk,
100.
Finess himself, England international Chaz Barstow.
100.
Plenty of others as well. And that's just the male team. Laura Turner plays for the female squad.
180.
Just because you live in a certain county doesn't mean you've got to play for them. Sometimes you play for the next door neighbour.
100.
Keegan Brown, based in the Isle of Wight, plays his county for Essex.
I remember when Peter Wright was living in Suffolk and he played for Cheshire.
125.
That was years ago. He was playing in the same team as Brian Derbyshire, Daryl Fitton, Tony O'Shea.
47. Round your car, 96.
That was when Cheshire were so keen to win the championship. They were dragging players from all over the country to play for them.
80. Chris, your car, 154.
Speaking of dragging, trying to drag his way to 2-1 up. He thought he had that.
$94.
Does Ryan have this
Ryan requires
for that
16.
key break of throw that he needs in this game?
88. Oh no. And he asks, is that an 11? He finds out and it's 11. And he quite literally sinks to his knees.
12. Chris, your car, 60.
And Hurst is going to get the opportunity to step in here. Tots a 2-1. An opportunity he probably didn't expect. Opportunity he cannot open the door to.
This is a tricky double for the very tall Ryan. But he can see over the top of that one.
Getting shot on the third leg, Ryan Finess.
You can tell because he didn't pause in between dart 1 and dart 2.
And so Finess gets the break. He's 2-1 to the good. And this is illustrative of your point you were making between the levels. These are the numbers for Bolton and Crabtree over the last 12 months. Andy Bolton's 12-month numbers.
60.
Average 89.61. Doubles percentage 39.26%. Crabtree average 86.76. His doubles 37%.
You put those two players in this group doing that, they're already in the
93.
wind. I just question whether they can do that tonight against the competition
82.
that they have. It's entirely up to Kay, to Brower and Mernon to stop them. We know they can. They have the capabilities.
97.
It's just a question of whether they do or not.
What's so intriguing about Ryan Finess is he is playing pretty much bang on to his numbers. His 12-month stats is average 81.3, his doubles 32%. Today, average is 81.24, 4 from 7 on the
93.
doubles, followed by an 81.34, 4 from 12 on the doubles, followed by an 82.29, 4 from 11 on his doubles.
85.
That's pretty much
Round
bang
your
on
car,
his form guide.
158.
But every now and again, he'll stick in something better than that. A bit like the last leg. He had to win when he beat Dennis van den Ende.
98. Chris, your car, 135.
He does get a shot at 60 now to consolidate the break. What is it they say?
49.
It's not a
Round your car,
break
60.
unless you hold in the next leg, which is exactly what he's looking to do on double 10.
Getting shot on the fourth leg.
Two
Ryan
shots
Finess.
right in the corner, but they count. And 3-1 to Ryan Finess.
Fifth leg, Chris to throw first. Game on.
It's not a flattering score. It's very fair because he's had enough chances. He's had 9 darts at double compared to the 6 of Chris.
83.
Well, it's vocabulary number 2 in the Rod Harrington School of Darts. The first term, you learn not to miss the big number. Term 2, you realise a break isn't a break without a
57.
hold. The great philosopher of world darts, Mr. Rodney Harrington.
Who doesn't bother with darts in any way, shape or form anymore because he's retired. He's out there golfing and fishing and enjoying the spoils. So well done, Rod. Thanks for everything you did.
He's somebody that, when
97.
the sands of time click by, will be somebody that will be remembered on the right side of this sport.
I thought you were going to go into some sort of monologue there for Days of Our Lives. And the sands of time go by.
42.
You've never seen it, have you?
No.
That's right. Nicholson, read the room. Know who you're commentating with.
100.
Remember the right references.
58.
I think that may be the first time I've ever told myself off. Apart from the time when we used to commentate on our own in Southampton, which were very interesting days. And I think Ryan would agree because he was there.
Yeah, they were intriguing days, weren't they, back in Southampton? When at the end of every single leg, do you remember the end of every leg? They'd cut back to us on the comms cam.
I've cast it into my forgotten part of my memory.
49. Chris Carr, 70.
I remember that 180 from Chris Hurds. That was brilliant. This could be as well. And it is.
Shot on the 5th leg. Chris Hurds.
That's glorious. 258 and 6 from Chris.
6 leg grinder through first.
Keeps them in the match, and they're living in that 18 dart range at the minute. And guess what? Ryan's averaging 81 again. But courtesy of that
95.
break of throw a couple of legs ago, he has found himself in a match-winning position where he can serve it out 4 legs to 2. If he does that,
94.
He will go to 8 points and have a leg difference of +9, which is 1 better off than Scott Baker.
47.
Just feels like another one of them get the job done type performances for Ryan Finess.
60.
But I tell you what, Chris Hurds, his performances today deserve a lot of credit. In terms of the numerics, he has been the
100.
best player.
What would he take right now? 6 points or the best running average of the day? Let's face it, if he wins 2 legs here and he wins his last match, he can walk away with 8. But if you gave him 6 points right now, he'd think, I've got a really good shot tomorrow. And he's never been to Saturday before.
55.
And I know he desperately wants to make it.
40.
For the match, he's got 6 for it. How much he'd love a ton. How he'd love a treble right now.
60.
60's okay.
$60.
60's okay, but 80's better.
It's double 10 for 4-2 win.
60.
Not to be this time, but what pressure's going to be under it next time?
That was almost a professional miss. Try and go for the flight.
43.
If it sneaks it in,
Radio
great.
car
If it
20.
doesn't, and it goes to the right-hand side, I'd rather have 10s than 5s for the match.
Well, now it is 5s for the match. Misfires on the 5s for the match.
No score.
Burst the score.
131.
And so Hurds to make it 3-3. The 1-3-1 isn't going to go, but Finess can't ill afford to faff
91.
about anymore on the
20.
doubles.
He's had 4 darts for the match. Does he need a 7th?
No score. Chris Carr, 40.
You can hear his frustration. He has had this match in his hands. And if Hurds can find the double that Finess has just missed, we go the distance. Well, that was a begrudged handshake by Ryan Finess. It's a frustrated figure. But he looks glass half full, doesn't he, rather than glass half empty?
135.
He is, but at the minute, one side of his brain, the chimp side, will be saying, what are you doing? Why didn't you just hit it? But the logical side of your brain will be saying, you still got a chance.
140.
However, that break of throw that he found, what seems like a long time ago now, is irrelevant. He has to do it again.
140.
Somebody
85.
has let these guys off the leash. Finish after 9. Excellent from Chris.
57. Chris Ricard, 141.
If he loses this match, he'll want to be called Chris Hurts.
66.
But he's in a much better position than Ryan at this point in time. Can he max to leave double 14? No, but he can get the next best thing.
Huge passage in play in terms of this game and this group. Tops for Hurts to really hurt Ryan Finess, who had missed 7 match starts in the previous leg and then loses in leg 7. He's still got a smile on his face, but he cuts a full-on and frustrated figure. Hurts, a 4-3 winner. Next, Van der Ende against Rusty Jake Rodriguez. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're about to start the final round of matches in our Thursday afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And well, before the break, we saw Chris Hurts inflict a first defeat of the day upon Ryan Finess. And so that means there's now a three-way tie at the top of the table. Baker, Finess and Hurts all on 6 points respectively. Josh Carter lurking in the background on 4. Dennis Van der Ende and Rusty Jake Rodriguez with just a 1 win between the two. And these two will go toe-to-toe in the first game of the final round of fixtures here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Both players looking to kind of get themselves out of the mire somewhat and get an elusive win, particularly for Rusty Jake Rodriguez, who would have really fancied his chances going into this Group C to have arrested what happened on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday respectively. But if the truth be told, well, his fortunes have gone the other way of the tungsten tide.
Dennis to throw first.
He has found himself deep in the Super Series hurt locker. And that is a painful place to be.
58.
It just goes to show, doesn't it? that reputation counts for nothing.
53.
Age is but a number. Form is a guide. Reputation, yeah, it's great.
100.
But if you don't turn up and play well, you're not going to get points. And that's exactly what it's been like for Rusty here today.
140.
He could do with 2 points going into tomorrow. With that, he is still in with a shout, believe it or not. Because
85.
the best anybody's going to do in this table is 8 points. We can talk about his leg difference as and when we know by the end
42.
of play. It's currently -8, which is not good. But it could have been a lot worse.
Well, Finess and Baker's going to be a straight shootout
100.
to see who's going to end the day on 8 points in our next match. But there is a possibility things could be really tight at the top of the table. The winner of that game, the next game, would be on 8 points. The
80.
loser would be on 6. And if Josh Carter could beat
158.
Chris Surge, you'd have a situation where the leader would be on 8 and the next 3 thereafter would be on 6. You'd open up the window of opportunity. And a matter of fact, if Vander Ende could win this
134.
game and that situation become apparent, Rusty Jake could be cut completely adrift from the pack. And you'd have a 5-horse race for 2 spots tomorrow.
43. Dennis Ricard, 24.
The tighter the pack is, the more everybody switches on.
Getting shot on the first leg, Dennis van der
But
Ende.
Dennis is having none of it, as he starts with a 16-dart leg, which is a very good
Second leg,
start.
Rusty Jake to throw first. Game on.
This guy's won 7
57.
Development Tour titles, which is one of the best totals in the history of that tour.
97.
Of those 7 titles, 6 of them have been won in Germany. One,
137.
his most recent one, in fact, in 2023, was in Milton Keynes. But I find it fascinating that the majority of his wins
59.
came in Niederhausen. But that was around about the time that there were still restrictions with COVID.
140.
And a lot of the venues that we used for things like the Challenge Tour, Development Tour, the hotel was the venue. Everything
60.
was boxed in.
Rusty Jake, your car, 167.
Seems very apparent to me that in that environment, he thrived. So maybe he should stay here tonight.
139.
Well, we're going to set up a sleeping bag in our commentary booth.
No, I was thinking about a different room. He's not having room in here. We've got stuff to do tonight.
140.
He wants an
Rusty
early
Jake,
night. He's got no
28.
chance. We're not going to be done till 1:15. Should be now. Oh,
22.
no. Goldilocks alert.
Dennis Ricard, 145.
I was waiting for a John McEnroe there. If he hits that 57 and
89.
takes
Rusty
28,
Jake, your car, 6.
the thing going through Rusty's mind would be, you can't be serious. He's on double 3 again. You cannot be serious. How many times is he going to leave double 3 this week?
No score. Dennis, your car, 56.
Then that final dart was just hit and hope because the first 2 were a drawbridge to the double bed. Well, that's 14 shaved off it. That's double 18.
Getting shot on the second
And
leg.
somehow
Dennis van der Ende.
we have got there in the end. 2-0 Van der Ende. The only way to go
Third
for
leg, Dennis,
56
to
is
throw
double
first.
7,
Game
single
on.
6, double 18.
Somebody pass Rusty the keyboard with the vomit button.
100.
But if we might just laud him a little bit. I'm trying to fluff his confidence even though he can't hear us. Back in 2017, on
59.
the 16th of December, he won the Junior World Championship, something that Luke Littler's got.
57.
What people tend to forget is he's still the Junior World Champion. Think about that for a second. That's ludicrous. The guy who was
58.
topping the Premier League going to Sheffield tonight is the Junior World Champion. And that is something that Rusty Jake had a few seasons ago. He beat Owen Roloffs
58.
in that final, who's on tour at the minute. And in the semi-finals, a couple of weeks before that, he beat a certain Jared Cole.
58.
Well, that's another disappointment of Jared's that we've covered this afternoon.
94.
That was a bit much. How many semi-finals in the Junior World Championship have you been in, Henry?
Well, I've never lost one.
96.
Well, I've never won an Oscar because I've never been in a movie. Tell you what, though, the standard in this game has been pretty good. I don't mean... Oh, hat stand alert. And he's so used to his darts being rejected from the board that he just didn't even think about it there. He just took it out of the board with the other two. And that is now 3-0 lead for Dennis. And Rusty Jake has had enough of Thursday, hasn't he?
If he could press the tap out button, he would tap out right now.
That's another button for the keyboard then. Really good doubling from Dennis. I just wonder if he's got a personal best performance here at the Super Series on his mind. Because his best coming into today was a losing average of 85.33. He's currently averaging more than that.
60.
The thing that surprises us the most with this drop-off in form for Rusty is that we know that he has a very high ceiling. Do you want to hazard a guess as to what his personal best average is?
43.
And it was a best of 11 match.
$104.5.
Stick another 10 on it. 114.15 in 2022, so not that long ago. It was 18 months ago.
140.
He beat Darius Labanauskas, someone who is in Champions Week next week, 6-0 in a qualifier for the German Darts Open, averaging 114.15. That's what he can do.
What can he do with this? Pin the ton. It's his second ton topper of the day. He brings it back to 3-1, but Dennis has the darts for a 4-1 win.
Game on.
How do you categorise that look?
96.
It's like he's been following his mates all day and he's found himself in H&M when he wanted to go to a different store.
85.
How did I end up in IKEA?
I think the issue is how do you get out of IKEA, not how did I get in.
45.
That's very simple, isn't it? Lee Evans, the genius of comedy, said, "Don't stray from the path."
133.
Although I tell you one thing about IKEA, we played them in a Sunday League game. They did have a flat pack back four.
43.
That's not very good. That's almost as bad as my
140.
magician dog joke. A labracadabrador. See? Terrible.
143.
143s are not terrible. I categorise that as one of the hardest finishes on the dartboard.
93.
And that's why you very rarely see it. And this week, sometimes players have gone for the ball on 50. This is not one of those times. Rusty, I told you it's not one of those times.
Getting shot on the fifth leg.
But it's a 15-darter anyway.
I just think that Rusty's got to a point now where he is boiled up so much and so much that he feels like he needs to do something a little bit maverick to get his blood pumping a bit.
You've seen Top Gun or Top Gun Maverick or both. It's not just a nickname. It's when you use the word maverick, it's because you have the likelihood of doing something against the grain. something that's a bit more exciting or possibly a little bit reckless. But even he was reined in by Viper and Admiral
57.
Kazansky. He needed to be reined in. You can be a Maverick dart player, but sometimes you just got to do what is in the textbook.
85.
You know what we're seeing from Scott Williams in recent times?
I think even he's reined it in a little bit.
56.
Didn't do him any harm at Alexandra Palace, did it?
World Championship semi-final. Less than 2 years ago, he was playing here. He won one of the first weeks here in this building. And it looks like this contest is going to have a last leg decider.
100.
Van der Ende had a 3-0 lead in this game, and he is about to squander it. Tots of Rusty Jake
59.
does not go.
$37. Rusty Jake, your car 20.
Double 10 to take us the distance. That was wild.
No score.
That entire visit was.
Dennis, your car 170.
We have had a 170 this week from Joe Mernant. Back on Monday. Possibly another. How about now?
145.
That would have given him
car 20.
both types of fish today. Oh,
score.
no.
Dennis, your car
Anything
25.
that could have gone wrong on double 10 has gone wrong.
And so for Dennis to Van der Ende his day with a win. Double 8. For a 4-2 success, and for Rusty Jake Rodriguez, it was a Thursday filled with troubles. He failed to pick up a win on day 4. As for Dennis Van der Ende, well, he's put himself in the mix. 4 points to his name means he's going to be hanging around the periphery when it comes to tomorrow afternoon's action. 2 more games to go. Finess and Baker, the winner, will move on to 8 points. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Dennis van der Ende finished his day with a 4-2 win against Rutty Jake Rodriguez. And so into our penultimate match of the afternoon session, it sees Ryan Finess and Scott Baker go toe-to-toe. The winner of this particular matchup will move on to 8 points, and they will guarantee being the top player at the end of the first day's play. They'll have P1 going into day 2, and they'll hold all the cards. And we should also mention that this is going to be the first game they play tomorrow, and so whoever wins this particular battle between the pair really could hold all the cards in terms of this group and could
move
themselves on the cusp of qualification through to Saturday night's final. It's Finess with the darts, who has been playing around that low 80s mark throughout the course of the day, up against Scott Baker,
59.
who has shown in patches some real good stuff.
Started brilliantly, but has tailed off just a little bit at times today, especially on the outer ring. But this is the premier fixture of this group,
59.
you would feel. No matter what happens in it, they're both going to be in the mix tomorrow, but you'd rather have that 2-point cushion
80.
at the end of the day, that's for sure. However, Chris Hurds could be joining somebody on 8 points if he beats Josh Carter in game 15.
60. $100.
Well, it's been a big difference in terms of start. Finess hasn't really got out the traps on throw. Baker against the darts, making a real assault.
100.
Well, this is where you want to be. I was talking about it in a previous game, wasn't I? After 9 darts, where do you want to be at this level? 241 or better. If you can be at 161 or better, I'd say that's you in good form. If you're doing it
79.
regularly.
Scott Dakar, 121.
121 for Baker. For the Baker throw, he's going to have a dart at the ball, but he
88.
cannot find the ball. And can Finess find
144.
a Finess finish? And these are the types of outs. You've got 2 treble 20s for the double. You really do fancy Finess on if the first dart is found.
60. Scott Dakar, 33.
No messing around at
Shot on
all.
the first leg, Scott Baker.
A 1-0 lead and a break of throw for the former England international,
Scott to throw first. Game on.
who has 2 caps for his country, if you're counting them as games played. However, if it's events,
100.
it's just the 1, because back at the Penydarren Social Club in Merthyr Tydfil in 2018, he did play for his country
140.
against Scotland and Wales. In his debut match, he lost 4-1 to Bruce Montgomery,
121.
but he did win his second game against Chris Harris of Wales. So his England record reads 1-1.
42.
Do you want to hazard a guess as to who his teammates were in the England team there, Henry?
So 2018 we're talking, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
So, Glenn
140.
Durrant.
Nope.
I'll tell you what, we'll go through this in the next leg because Baker's left himself on
100.
140
Got a count,
and he's got a very
140.
good chance of taking this out. Well, not now.
38.
Well, that shot is the equivalent of putting sand in your gas tank. Not something you want.
100. Scott Dakar, 102.
102 for 2-0. Finds the treble. Gets the single. It's tops.
Game
It's
shot on the
perfectly
second
pinned
leg.
by
Scott
Baker
Baker.
for a 2-0 lead. And he is halfway towards the finishing line against
Third leg to
Finess.
throw first. Game on.
Would you like to hazard any more guesses as to who was in that England team then? Some of them have played here.
So Mitchell,
60.
Mitchell, Scotty Dog is one of them, absolutely.
Tony O'Shea.
Nope.
45.
Trying to think BDO 2018 time. I'm trying to rack my head. Mark McGeaney, obviously. BDO number 1 at the time.
Absolutely. You're going to have to get
82.
one more for you to pass this exam. Otherwise, you have to wear a normal shirt tomorrow.
57.
Everyone wants me to fail now. 2018 BDO.
Is that you thinking out loud, or are you just...
Well, it's better than the last time I was thinking out loud, wasn't it?
85.
Oh, he slips into the 5, but he's left himself a finish that he left in the last leg. So eventually gets a shot at 119. I'll give you till the end of the next leg to get one more.
119.
That leaves 62. He doesn't have to go 12s. He will go double 16.
87.
That was a fine try from Ryan.
$60. Run your car 52.
Let's see if he gets it this time.
Gains
Yes,
from
of
the
course he
third
does.
leg, Ryan Finess.
With those very familiar darts, which they don't make anymore.
Fourth leg, Scott to through first.
And you might wonder how I know that. Because when he desperately wanted a set, he came to ask me because I designed them. Any ideas? I can't believe one of them you've missed.
2018 BDO. There's 3 names on my... Well, 3 names on my mind.
I didn't ask for 3. I've asked for 1.
Well, you said one that you can't believe.
41.
Well, if you're saying there's one that had to be get, it's got to be Martin Adams.
Yes, there it is. Game shot and the game to Henry Deacon.
Can I still guess the other 3?
Yeah, go for it.
Conan Whitehead.
Conan is on the list.
Daniel Day
is on the list. Well done.
And I don't know whether we switched to the PDC at this point, but Jamie Hughes.
Jamie Hughes is not on the list. Yeah, well done. Other names. 42. Paul Hogan.
Obviously.
Nigel Hayden. Dennis Harbour. Kevin Dowling, who's also played
45.
here. Michael Haynes. And if I may leave him till last because he's got one of the better nicknames in darts. The Dart Knight. David Copley.
80.
That was the team that this guy played with in Wales 6 years ago.
100. Run your car 111.
Seen this finish a few times today, but nobody's taken it.
46.
And it's not going to be taken this time
Run your car
either.
115.
In as little as 6 seconds, this leg could be done.
Be for a second time topper. But the tops isn't found.
Run your car 65.
So this to square this contest up at 2 apiece, with Baker sat left on a double.
Now he's got to go 12s. With Baker on a double, you can't take any risks here. Unless he wants to go for treble because the bull is shielded. There was a portion of me thinking he was going for double 12 there. Is he 3-1 down? He might not be.
No score.
Scott has let it slip.
25.
That's a big chance that could have come and gone. But that's a slip into the single 14. The mistakes that Finess was mopping up at the beginning of the day are now becoming apparent in his own game. And now Baker comes in for double 10 to lead 3-1 in this contest. Beautiful guide. Follows it through, 3-1.
Scott Baker.
I've got one more question for you about those 2018 home internationals. How many of the Scottish team have played here?
So, Scotland 2018 BDO.
100.
Ross Montgomery, I'm assuming, played.
12 players. 2 in that
66.
squad have played here. Now that you've mentioned Montgomery, I want you to see if you can find the next one. And you've got a minute. If you get
78.
it, I'll buy you your coffee tomorrow morning.
Davy Kerwin.
No.
Played Nathan. Would it have been too young for Nathan Gervin?
59.
Nathan Gervin is not the right answer. And you've got 30 seconds left.
100.
And with that ton, Scott Baker inches closer to finishing this contest.
I'm just going to rattle off Scottish players. Stephen Johnson, Andy Davidson.
140.
Jim McEwen.
Nope. You've got one more guess because it looks like Scott Baker is going to give you the countdown clock. Or will Ryan Finess get you out of jail?
Gary Stone.
You've lost.
44.
So now you owe me a cup of tea.
96.
Ryan Hogarth. Scott Baker needs 96 to finish on 8 points for the day.
56. Ryan McCart, 80.
In order to get that with a 4-1 scoreline, he needs this miss from Finess, which might not happen now.
He looks away in hope to Scott Baker. And his prayers
70.
have been answered, and he's going to come back for tops here for a 4-1 victory. Double 10. This double's been decisive in this match. Double 5 could be the decisive double.
Ryan McCart, 10.
The ultimate sign of frustration, the triple split.
Game shot on the
It's
fifth
not a
leg.
triple
Ryan
miss for
Finess.
Ryan. His hopes of 8 points at the end of the day are still alive.
6 leg Scott to throw first.
Baker
Game on.
has the opportunity to serve it out here.
$100.
That famous rhyme that includes a baker and a butcher. It goes to show that we have so many different nicknames in the sport. But
61.
correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we have a candlestick maker.
Close you get is Matchstick Man.
60.
I don't think we should harp on about Coast Stompy because if we do, one of those boxing podcasts might get in touch with us.
100.
Which they do every single week. Because we haven't included Jamie Robinson yet.
That's all right. They're going to be in the
100.
Premier League and they're going to ask Scholesy about it.
I didn't realise Paul Scholes was going to Sheffield tonight.
85.
Isn't he from Manchester? He is a darts fan, though. I've met him. He's a lovely chap. Do you know what he said to me when I met him?
100.
First thing he said was, "I'm so sorry about my son. He's a bit of an idiot." True statement. That was in Oldham at an exhibition.
60. Scott Car, 141.
Well, this for the end of the day. As far as Baker is concerned,
85.
sets itself up nicely. These are two darter. Finess can only apply pressure.
That last start makes everything easier. But Ryan is being pesky
84.
and sticking
Scott Car,
around.
56.
Can Scott put him away?
Tops to do so. Tops is
shot on the man,
found.
Scott Baker.
And it's going to be the mob that holds the control of this Group C table. He wins 4 for 5 on his opening day. He beats Ryan Finess by 4 legs to 2. And it is advantage Baker, as perhaps some expected at the beginning of the day. He beats Ryan Finess by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, Josh Carter and Chris Hurds rounds off our Group C action.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Yeah, match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
seems to be...
He seems to be out, that's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
And in the immortal words of Daft Punk, one more time in this Group C afternoon session as we see Josh Carter and Chris Hurds go toe-to-toe on the hockey. Before the break, Scott Baker made it 4 wins from 5, getting the better of Ryan Finess by 4 legs to 2. But what are we going to see from our final match of the afternoon session? You could argue that over the course of the day, the best numbers have been posted by Chris Hurds. But if Josh Carter can win this particular matchup, he'd move on to 6 points for the day, and it would mean that the top 4 players in this league table would be separated by just 2 points.
Yeah, if Josh can hold his throw in this match and win 4-3 or better, there'll be no drowning of sorrows tonight.
100.
You've got to have Chris as the favourite, considering some of the games he's had today. That 92 average against Scott Baker in Game 8, that looks even better now, considering that is the only defeat that Scott has had all day.
$100.
You just wonder if he can reproduce that one and give us a 5th 90-plus average of the week.
83.
Well, Chris has got an opportunity here, hasn't he, to really take command of the proceedings, because this is going to be the first game tomorrow. So if he can do the double over Josh, he'd move on to 10 points. He'd be in the outright lead ahead of the Baker-Finess rematch
81.
tomorrow.
Yeah, that's true. Finess and Baker can do no more until Game 2 on Friday afternoon. We hope you can join us from 1 o'clock. Friday is a great day because we start handing out invites to the best players on a Friday to join us on a Saturday. It's a bit like Ant and Deck's Saturday night takeaway, isn't
100.
it?
Joshua Carr,
You've won a takeaway getaway. You've won a chance to win on Saturday night. But you've got to give yourself the opportunity of getting that invitation. And Josh almost had that first leg. And a ton-topping check out there.
Bullseye!
61.
Doesn't go, and so Carter returns for tops.
40. Shot on the first
Sneaks
leg,
into the bottom right-hand corner. Carter leads 1-0.
Second leg, Chris to throw first. Game on.
Hurds has got a break at some point in this match. It doesn't matter who your opponent is. Having to break through is still a big demand.
140.
Carter has not had a maximum all day. Just like Monday. What is it about the first day of a group where he doesn't get a maximum?
Well, as a matter of fact, there's been 12 180s for the entirety of the day so far.
It's not a lot.
26.
The most by an individual in a match is 2. And that's happened 4 times today.
78.
The record is 7. And when Greaves had that 114 average against Painter a few weeks ago, didn't she have 6?
140.
Well, she had 5 after the first
83.
3.5 legs of that particular encounter against Kevin Painter. Painter needed that win to go through, and quite literally was an example of how's your luck, Kev.
Joshua Carr 141.
Nothing to do with luck. Had everything to do with her being the best at what she does at that point in time.
44. Joshua Carr 90.
Cardboard box time. 2 singles for the bull.
65. Joshua Carr 97.
Well, quite a bee, and so opportunity knocks again here for Carter. This would be for the break. And for the double-double, doesn't
57.
come off. But he's
Carr,
left himself at
25.
tops in case there's a mistake from Chris here.
He has had troubles at the outer ring at points today. But
Game
not
shot
this
on the
time. That's a
satellite,
surgical
Finess.
shot from Herdsy. Doesn't roll off the
Satellite
tongue
Joshua
that
third first.
easily.
Game on.
Yes, I'm back on my soapbox with the nickname again, moving swiftly on. But looking at his doubling today,
60.
with the exception of the game that he lost in round number 2 against
99.
Dennis van Ende, he missed 22 darts at a double in that match. Every game he's played apart from that, he's been 4 out of
96.
11. That's remarkably consistent. If he'd been that good against Dennis, I have no doubt in my
100.
mind that he would be playing in this match for 10 points in the day.
180. $162.
Well, this is one of those occasions where leaving a bogey number is not something I can criticise Josh for, because he hit a maximum
125. Christopher Carr,
to leave
140.
165, his first maximum of the day.
He's left himself tops after 12 here
55.
to
Joshua Carr,
move
40.
himself 2-1 to the good and to move him halfway towards the finishing line. It's double 10. It's
Game
there.
shot on the third
It's a
leg.
14
Josh
darter
Carter.
for Josh Carter.
Fourth leg, Christopher through first. Game on. $80. $43.
Does feel at this stage that this group
35.
is very hard to predict. Poor rusty Jake Rodriguez. He's been cut adrift. On 0 points overnight.
82.
Already out of the building, probably. And is 4 points adrift
180.
of Dennis van der Ende. And if this continues for Josh, 3 players on 6, 1 player on 8, that is not a
59.
situation that I was expecting.
It's just been very strange, hasn't it? It's like a Netflix series, Stranger
39.
Things, this week at the Super Series. But who's going to be running up that hill to the top of the table? At the moment, it's Scott Baker who's at the top of the mountain as far as Group C is concerned. And if Carter can beat Hurd,
125,
that's a
167.
guarantee.
Great first start.
139.
Great third as well. There was some ferocity in those shots.
81. Chris Carr,
Let's see how
28.
he is on double 14. Are we level?
Game shot on the fourth
Indeed
leg,
we
Chris
are.
Hurds.
But 17 darts tells you everything you need to know.
Fifth leg,
Is
Joshua
that
through
kind
first.
of
Game
range
on.
going to be good enough to get a break of throw against Josh in this match? Question mark.
100.
Do you know what? You mentioned Stranger Things. Great series, by the way. Can't wait to see the
95.
finale at the end of either this year or the beginning of next year. A bit of trivia for everybody out there. When you said the word strange,
34.
it made me think. And I looked at Chris Hurds and I thought he wouldn't have been out of place in the film Lost Boys with Kiefer Sutherland.
60.
Another great movie. There was a song in that movie called People Are Strange. Who was it by?
91. 100.
I think I have the answer.
You think you do?
Is it the doors?
27.
Yeah, use them. You walked right into that one.
100.
Maximum of 2.5 legs left for this afternoon's play before we take a breath before tonight.
59. Chris O'Carr, 146.
This is a great chance now. It's getting better. All he needs is one break.
130.
And he will be amongst the party at the top of the table. And this has been his best opportunity to get that valuable break in this final match.
100. Chris O'Carr, 16.
So double 8 for Herds for the breaker forward, a 3-2 lead. Up for double 4. Down for 2-2s.
No
oh,
score.
it's strayed wide. But however,
Chris O'Carr,
if
90.
Carter cannot take out the 90, it may not be the world's worst miss.
But does he miss?
60. Chris O'Carr, 16.
That was a great chance to rescue the situation.
Game
But as
shown
it
on the
turns
fifth by
out,
Chris Herds.
he is broken. And Chris has got 2 opportunities now
6 leg Chris to throw first.
to finish
Game
on 8 points overnight.
140.
Is he going to have green hair tomorrow or is he going to have another colour, do you think?
Well, in the past, when we've commentated on Chris Herds, this has just been the go-to for him.
85.
Might just be a base colour. Do you know what would be really interesting?
100.
Is if he turns up like this today and then tomorrow he shaves it off, the beard's gone, and we don't recognise him.
81.
That would be a strong statement.
60.
There are certain people with beards who
125.
genuinely do not want to get rid of them. I once had a little side bet with Michael Van Gerwen
139.
that I would keep a beard until the next time I won a PDC tournament. And then we downgraded it to me making the final of the World Cup.
$43. Chris O'Carr, 62.
I'll tell you how it happened tomorrow because it looks like Chris Herds might win this match.
Tots to seal it.
22.
Carter has
O'Carr,
one last chance,
167.
one final reprieve on the 167. He's not going to take it, and so Herds will come back for Tots to seal a 4-2 victory, which would mean that he'd be on 8 points in the table. He's ran for home in the last couple of legs, but he hasn't crossed the finishing line. And I think he's... Well, he has gone for the double 5 for a second. I was just looking out of the window, and it looked like he was contemplating his options.
Now he's still got options.
49.
Does he want to go
Chris
for double
O'Carr,
5 or
10.
does he want to split it? No hesitation.
And finds it. And Chris Herds will end the day on 8 points. The Welshman, who has never made it through to a Saturday night before here at the Super Series, has put himself in a fantastic position to do exactly that, doing so with an average of just under 82, 4 from 15 when it came to the finishing. Herds beats Carter in our final game of the day by 4 legs to 2, but it is he and Scott Baker who are top of the pile on 8 points apiece. Myself and Paul Nicholson will head down to the studio to analyse it all on the other side of this short break.
Well, that is the end of our day as far as Group C is concerned. 15 matches have come and gone. Myself and Paul Nicholson have been watching every single dart in the commentary box. This is what we've seen then on this Thursday afternoon. And it's been a great afternoon for Mrs. Baker and Hurds, winning 4 out of 5 apiece. Chris Hurd's a player that went under the radar at the beginning of the day. It was all about Scott Baker and Ryan Finess. And Finess got off to the perfect start, but then lost his final 2 of the day. Paul Nicholson, as I say, has been watching all of the action in the commentary box alongside me, and he joins me here now in the studio to evaluate everything we've seen. Let's actually begin with Chris Hurds, who won that last game there against Josh Carter. Before the beginning of the day, we weren't really talking up his chances. When you look at the performances he put in, it was up there with everybody today.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Chris has turned up at the right times, given himself an awful lot of chances. I've done a quick calculation at the end of play there. He's had the most darts at double of anybody in a daily campaign this week, beating Ron Meulenkamp on Tuesday by 1 dart. He had 72 darts at a double today, and that's an awful lot of chances, isn't it? And it's fair enough for us to say that sometimes people give you those chances, but you've got to create those chances for yourself as well. And he's shown more quality today than most, and he's very fairly got 8 points from a possible 10.
Well, there's one other player that's going to join him on 8 points in the group. That's going to be Scott Baker, the mod. He came into today as the bookmaker's favourite to go on and win the group. And in terms of the overall passage of play, justified it a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think so. He lost to Hurds in the earlier part of the campaign. But if you look at the way that Scott plays the game, it's no fuss. And shots like that, he makes it look so easy. So when he walks away from a game averaging in the high 70s or the early 80s, you know there's a lot more to come. And after that day's play, I've got every faith in Scott getting through in the top 2. I just get the feeling that that other gear is going to be found.
Let's have a chat about Ryan Finess. He'll be really pleased at the beginning of the day, but he'll be disappointed that maybe he let opportunities slip in the final 2.
Yeah, his first 3 games, he was averaging around 81.5 to 82, and that will have troubled a lot of his opponents, but he just let things slip towards the end, and he may rue that if he doesn't arrest that slide tomorrow. When you win your first 3 games, doing things like that very early on, you think this is going to be the kind of day where I get 8 or 10 points, but walking away with 6 now after winning your first 3, he's not going to be pleased with that.
Well, let's have a look then at the table following the conclusion of the first day's play. So Scott Baker and Chris Hurds on 8 points, as we mentioned. Ryan Finess on 6. Josh Carter actually had the opportunity to move on to 6 himself in that final match of the session. Would you say that there's 5 players that could still make their way in, and Rusty Jake is playing for pride tomorrow, playing for places?
Yeah, I can't see Rusty Jake getting through this at the minute. Not with the way he's playing. Not with the lack of positivity. And I understand what he's going through. It's been 4 very difficult days for him. But look at the difference between the top 3 and the bottom 3. The leg difference could come into play. And we talked about the fact that the A graduates coming into C, they might struggle with lack of confidence coming into this. And they are in the bottom 3, so we weren't wrong.
Just want to quickly touch upon tonight before we go. Andy Bolton, Cam Crabtree, the headline acts in Group B. Kinnan Kay's going to join in as well. This has got real potential to be a high quality group.
It should be. You've got an international in Cam Crabtree. You've got Andy Bolton, who is one of the best players in the world without a tour card, and Keelan Kay, who's got a ridiculous amount of talent. He's a former youth international for England. But don't let that fool you that he's just a young player. He can play at a very high level. It's just a question of where he's at the minute. Tonight we'll give him the vehicle to tell us.
Well, should we make it a date later on?
Let's do it.
Right, we'll see you later on tonight. We'll see you later on this evening as well. 10 p.m. we kickstart on the Super Series YouTube channel to see Group B in action. But as far as Group C is concerned this afternoon, it's Baker and Hurds who hold all the aces at the top of the table. Bye for now.